Welcome to those of you hanging out over on YouTube. There was a delay there. I screwed up the intro.
It happens.
Welcome into a very special edition of the Fantasy Football Fellas podcast. Oh, it is so good to be hanging out with you all on NFL draft night for the first round. Roger Goodell has officially taken the stage. We are so happy to be joining you for a very special edition live episode of the Fantasy Football Fellas. Hello to those of you all over on YouTube. Hello to those of you over on Twitter. Hello to those of you over on TikTok. We are so happy to be hanging out with you all tonight. We're going to be answering all of your questions along the way, so keep those coming throughout the night. We're going a little bit of head-to-head. I'm joined by my two co-hosts. I'm excited. I haven't even introduced you.
You forgot to introduce us.
I'm, as always, joined by my two fellow co-hosts, Cameron Lawrence, and I am in person with my man, Tyler Plath.
Oh,
sucks to be in Florida, Cameron.
Hey, I got to go swimming today, so you can take that for what it is. So I don't feel too bad that you get a clap and I get to go swimming, but I mean, hey.
Whoa, Patty
Mahomes bringing the Super Bowl trophy out onto the stage in Kansas City.
Okay, we get it. You guys win a lot. We get it. Okay.
So here's how tonight's going to work. It is a very special live edition. We cannot structure everything because the NFL is a production of their own, and we are doing a production based on another production. So it's going to be impossible for us to follow along perfectly. Therefore, we're going to be bringing you picks live. We're going to be breaking news to you live as we find out the information. Look at him. He's not even by his microphone. I was even going to give a special shout out to the guy who's doing sound for us behind the scenes.
He doesn't even matter.
Even by his microphone. Unbelievable.
The mic is hot, so if we can get an echo going, I think it could reach his mic.
Us three people back with Bandit over on YouTube. Thanks for hanging out, man. Thanks for hanging out. We're excited. We're live for the entire first round. So we're gonna hope this picks up steam. We're at right around 150, I believe, over on TikTok. I can't see that number clearly from here. So we got quite a few people hanging out. We'll get some more racking up over on YouTube here.
I know we're no McAfee, and I know we're no, I know, but I got faith.
So we're going to do a little bit of fun head-to-head action tonight. Well, head-to-head, excuse me.
Ooh.
Action tonight.
Oh.
The three of us fellas have created 3 different mock drafts. And we are going to go head-to-head to see who can rack up the most points and have the most accurate mock draft by the end of tonight.
All right.
So how it works, we get 1 point if we guess the correct position drafted. So if Will Anderson is the pick at number 2, but I had Tyree Wilson there. I don't have Tyree Wilson there, but if Will Anderson is drafted, Tyree Wilson is drafted instead. I still get 1 point because they're both edge rushers. Now, if I had Will Anderson Jr. there and Will Anderson Jr. was the pick, then I would get 3 points for getting the player correct. You can't stack those two. So it's 3 points for getting the player right. Then if you predict a trade, right, 5 points. You have 5 points for that. So we're going to have a little bit of fun. We'll reveal our picks as they come in or as they are being made. As the Carolina Panthers are officially on the clock.
Here we go.
And Bryce Young getting all ready to walk out on stage. And
he's getting his buttons all done and everything. He knows he's the number 1 pick. He is the number 1 pick, I believe, for all 3 of us in our mock drafts. Correct me if I'm wrong, fellas.
Yes,
you were spot on.
I mean, Tyler, what is there to truly love about Bryce Young in this draft? I mean, he's a clear and away number 1. Not clear and away, but he is the number 1 prospect, almost consensus across the industry.
Yeah, I think a lot of people say that CJ Stroud was the best quarterback over the past 2 years. False. It was Bryce Young. And this is the clear and by far number 1 pick in this draft. I was a big fan of Will Anderson. I was a big fan of Jalen Carter before we had all of that kind of stuff happen with the guy. But Bryce Young, for a team that needs a quarterback, there is no simpler choice than to go Bryce Young here at 1. And I think back to a couple weeks ago when we were all talking. Well, Josh McCown did a video for Underdog Fantasy, and he said that he thinks CJ Stroud can be Joe Burrow. Well, if CJ Stroud can be Joe Burrow, then Bryce Young can be Patrick Mahomes in that sense. If you're catching my drift, okay? If you're catching my drift, you know what I'm saying. So, look, again, by far the number one pick and the most deserving number one pick. Carolina gets their franchise quarterback. And this is looking great because I've got Adam Thielen in a lot of my dynasty leagues. I got CJ Turk in a lot of my dynasty leagues. It's looking good for the Carolina Panthers.
Trying to save whatever value you can on those Adam Thielen shares. Cameron, turn to the fantasy fit because we are a fantasy football team. We want to bring justice to that as well. Like, how do you realistically like the fantasy fit for Bryce Young, and what relevance might it bring, not in redraft leagues but in dynasty leagues?
Right, in dynasty leagues, he obviously is what all NFL teams is most pro ready, right? He's been the consensus number one this entire time. And so, with that being said, you should be expecting, I don't want to say like Trevor Lawrence, but I think kind of along those lines is kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe not as atrocious the first year because he doesn't have Urban Meyer, right? And maybe not as great of a second year, and maybe not as high of a ceiling as Trevor Lawrence. But I do think this first year with the Panthers, it's not the best team he could have, ever gone to, but they'll be good enough for he'll have his flashes. But then year 2, year 3 is if he's as legit as everybody thinks, he's really going to take that step forward. I guess my biggest question right now is Carolina even going to call Bryce Young, or does he already just know it and they just told him to wait till like 7 minutes left on the clock and then start walking?
I was going to say, he has officially stood up. He is getting brushed off. He's making sure his nice, is that like a rose gold?
Rose
tuxedo, rose champagne colored tuxedo is nice and brushed off. Sat back down. Everyone in Carolina is sitting there. Live look at the room. Everybody's sitting there. They're wondering, why haven't we made the pick yet? We're nearly halfway through our allotted time, and we haven't said Bryce Young yet. What's taking them so long?
My favorite shot so far, I know there hasn't been many, but it's the fans at the draft party in Carolina, and it's raining, and they're all just standing on the field in ponchos, and they're having just the time of their life. That is the NFL draft in a shot.
The best part about that is they're standing there knowing who they're going to pick, and they only need to be there for the first 15 minutes of the draft, and then their night's over. Like,
wow. Okay, you want some breaking news from the number 4 pick?
Hold up.
I shouldn't say breaking news. Sorry, that's
you had me excited.
But it's big news. Will Levis was minus 1,200 not 5 minutes ago. He is now down to minus 300 as a first overall, as a number 4 pick. There
it is. Breaking news. The odds on Will Levis going 4th overall previously shot up. It was the favorite was Anthony Richardson about 3:00 this afternoon. And I tweeted that out. I thought that was surprising. But I want to go back to Carolina. Why, Tyler, explain this to me. Why do teams take this long to select the surefire thing? Are they just waiting for somebody to give them what they want? Or they can't be this unsure at this point. The odds on Bryce Young, he was minus 7,000 to be the first overall.
Do you want to know what it was before 7 o'clock hit? It was minus 20,000. It was minus 20,000.
There we go. The pick is in. The Carolina Panthers are applauding in their draft room in Charlotte, North Carolina.
There's definitely a rule that says you guys can't submit a pick within the first 5 minutes of your clock.
That's got to be.
Yeah, it's got to be about TV time.
It might be. It's either TV time or it's like the NFL giving a 5-minute grace period for teams to figure out a trade and stuff. And it's the funniest thing because Carolina definitely wants to trade again. I know they want, because they definitely want to trade out of the first pick, right?
That's what I don't understand.
They want to go. They want to go draft day on us. And
if anybody on NFL Lives can explain that to us with 100% clarity, we would greatly appreciate you. We would greatly appreciate you.
According to Albert Breer, Panthers have explored trading back into the end of the first round to get a pass rusher.
Interesting.
Yeah, a Myles Murphy might still be on the board at that point. That doesn't surprise me.
And
you don't think so?
I think Myles Murphy's gone at Green Bay.
Interesting. Is that what you have in your mock?
Yes. And I think the player that they would trade back, trade back in for would be a Felix Anudike-Uzomah. Actually, let me look at my handy dandy positional rankings. Will McDonald, BJ Ojolari, maybe a Tomowa Adebawore. There we go. There it is. Nailed it. Maybe it's Keon White because he's been the guy that has gotten the random first round invite or day one invite, and no one knows where he goes.
I see our buddy Max joining us over on the live stream. Max, thanks for hanging out, man. Why is it taking so long? That's what we were just talking about. Finally, they make the pick. The pick is in. But now Roger Goodell's got to take his sweet time, strolling up to the podium to announce the pick. Like, I love Charles Davis. I love Daniel Jeremiah. I love Rich Eisen. I love all of them. But I don't want to hear you talk. I want to hear Roger Goodell say that Bryce Young is the number 1 overall pick. That's what I want right now.
Roger Goodell walking up's got to be the slowest movement in sports. Like, I've never.
You got another 5 minutes after the first 10 minutes is up.
It's just ridiculous. I mean, like, this is sports. We should get like a nice little jog going. Like, give him a tracksuit to get out there a little quicker. I don't want to watch him in a suit taking a sweet old time. It's ridiculous.
So
you ready for this? I got breaking news.
Oh.
Carolina Panthers have officially selected Bryce Young. The pick has not been officially announced yet, but that I just got a sleeper notification 10 minutes ago. I haven't been looking at my phone. I'm trying not to look at my phone because it's going to ruin everything for me.
That's why I conveniently offered up my phone to be the TikTok live out, because I knew I was going to be looking at my phone the entire time.
Oh, gosh, sleeper.
Good old Albert Breer.
That is confirmed by Rap Sheet as well. Jackson reports from behind Stu. Jackson, you're by your mic now. Can you say hello?
Yeah, what can I say? I'm happy to be with the fellas tonight, and I'm happy to be helping out with the audio and everything tonight.
Producer Jackson.
With the first overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers do select Bryce Young, quarterback out of Alabama. This was the clear and away obvious pick. No matter how much clout CJ Stroud got prior to the draft, it was always Bryce Young. He was always the top quarterback prospect in this class. Ty, I see that face, so I need to break some more news.
No, because it's more odds news than anything.
What do you got for odds?
Number 9 pick belongs to the Chicago Bears. The odds on favor right now is Paris Johnson Jr. at plus 225. Number 2 at plus 330.
Tyree Wilson.
Darnell Wright.
We'll get to Darnell Wright. He was the favorite for most of the week.
Jalen Carter is plus 400.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So there we go. We have a little bit of action on 9, but let's quickly review our mock drafts. I had Bryce Young as first overall pick. Tyler, you had
Bryce Young.
Cameron, you had
CJ Stroud. No, I'm just kidding. Bryce Young.
He had Bryce Young as well. That is 3 points for all 3 of us so far. We are batting 100 with our mock drafts. We are batting 100.
Get in.
Already doing better than last year.
So there's a stat on the NFL Network that just said Bryce Young's passing efficiency was a 163.2. That was 8th in the FBS. That's why I love college football so much. You look at 163.2 in terms of efficiency, you're like, that should be first everywhere. Not in college football. That's good for 8th.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Look, I mean, again, I can only reiterate so many times that Bryce Young was certainly the pick here, but now let's move on to the number 2 pick. What in the world do we make here, Ty? You said it on the stream here that CJ Stroud, or was it before the stream that CJ Stroud had suddenly become the heavy favorite for the second overall pick?
Heavy favorite by 1,600. Minus 1,600 was the odds. Now, obviously, I can't see that anymore because DraftKings has to take it down because they don't want to lose any more money, which makes complete sense. I'm not trying to sound salty. It makes complete sense. But this is we can officially say that the draft starts now.
Yes.
Because it's Will Anderson, it's Tyree Wilson, it's CJ Stroud, it's Will Levis, it's Anthony Richardson, it's Jalen Carter, right? Like, there are so many names that have been linked with this pick. And now we will finally get to see who Houston has been targeting it to. And then do they trade up to 3? Like a lot of people have been
forecasting.
Yeah, forecasting.
Projecting.
Yeah. And if they do, then we'll see what happens. But
so here's the interesting thing. What happens all of a sudden? We're picking up a lot of steam this afternoon on CJ Stroud, the Tennessee Titans trading up to the number 3 pick. There was a lot of steam on that this afternoon. Don Kleeman, I butchered that name. On Twitter, there was reports that Tennessee was in the works for trading the 11th pick up to 3 to also get DeAndre Hopkins as well.
Oh, and it wasn't just Dov. It was Mike Florio.
Mike Florio, yes, that's who it was from
who
originally. Yes,
came up with the original report, and we all know that Mike Florio is a much trusted source.
right. So so that makes me question then, if Tennessee isn't trading up to 3, if CJ Stroud goes at 2, is Tennessee still going to trade up to 3? That's the question I'm asking.
I don't think they would.
Cameron, what do you think? If CJ Stroud isn't available to the Tennessee Titans at 3, would they still trade up?
I would assume not, unless they were really in on Will Levis or Anthony Richardson. That would be the only reason. But I thought they were connected to Stroud, so I would assume no.
It baffles me because if all of a sudden, like, my mock draft gets shaken up entirely. Just to forecast, I had the Tennessee Titans trading up to 3, especially after hearing this news, to select CJ Stroud. I had Will Anderson Jr. going number 2 to the Houston Texans. What did you all have as we were waiting for that pick to be in?
I was the same as Lucas. I will Anderson, CJ Stroud at 3.
Yeah, I was too. I originally had earlier this morning. I had Tyree Wilson at 2, and then the more and more I thought about it, I said that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, so I changed it to Will Anderson. And then that number 3 pick, I went back and forth on all day before the final mock draft that I had, because I thought Arizona could pick. If Tyree Wilson goes at 2, Arizona picks at 3 and takes Will Anderson. I had Paris Johnson. That's been the biggest kind of weekend buzz so far. Not weekend buzz, but day one buzz, besides Bryce Young going to 20,000, minus 20,000. But
right.
Pick is in for Houston, though.
The pick is officially in for the Houston Texans. They are on the phone right now, phoning it in. Do we think it's going to be Will Anderson Jr. or has CJ Stroud stolen their hearts finally?
What I will say is that on the NFL Network shot, Casario was at the back of the room, of the shot at least. D'Amico Ryans was on the phone, and the person standing next to D'Amico Ryans was the owner of the Houston Texans. And I don't think an owner is standing at the phone waiting to talk to a prospect unless it's your franchise quarterback.
Interesting. So more fuel to the fire that it may be CJ Stroud as the second overall pick. We're waiting for Roger Goodell to take his sweet time.
I am
the podium as he.
I am 100% confident that it is going to be CJ Stroud. Because
you're very confident it's going to be CJ Stroud.
I picked Will Anderson, so it'll be Stroud. That's
with the second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Houston Texans select CJ Stroud.
Wow,
quarterback of Ohio State.
They bluffed us all.
They bluffed
us all.
Everybody and their mother. Now here's what I think. Arizona's about to make a trade to move back to 12, and the Houston Texans are going to make 2 selections in a row. That's what I think is about to happen. I don't think they make this pick unless if they know they're going to pair these 2 together. Otherwise, I do think their priority was probably with Will Anderson Jr. Now you can fight that. You can fight that opinion. Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network was all over this in his 4.0 mock draft. He had Houston trading up 2-3 with Arizona. And there was a report this morning. Multiple teams were interested in trading up to number 3 with the Arizona Cardinals. They were mulling multiple offers over. I narrowed it down to Tennessee. I narrowed it down to Houston. I narrowed it down to Indianapolis to make sure they got up and got their guy, Will Levis, in case somebody jumped ahead of them.
Dude, that's got to be so... I don't know what the word is, but every bit of negative news that came out about CJ Stroud this past week and to be the number 2 pick is just such a... Isn't it just an FU to all the people that thought that he wasn't worth the number 2 and wasn't, that tried to get him out of the number 2 pick?
100% is. It 100% is.
And that's what I'm because he's walking up and he's going like, let's go. And normally I'm not someone that's like, okay, whatever. But like, I understand it from CJ Stroud's perspective because everyone, like, he's an Ohio State quarterback. He scored an 18% on the cognitive test, like all these things. And now he can just say, it don't matter. I was the number 2 pick and now the franchise quarterback for Houston.
So we all had Will Anderson Jr. as our second pick. We all officially gained 0 points for that pick. Didn't even get the position right. But frankly, this is the follow-up question we need to ask. Was this the correct pick over Will Anderson Jr.? My answer is yes. Even if they don't make a trade up to 3, there's still going to be plenty of edge rushing talent there. In my mock draft, some guys who would still be available at 12 to them. They would still have Nolan Smith available. They would still have Lukas Van Ness available. 2 of the top edge rushers in this first round. I have Tyree Wilson even falling a ways, and I don't think he would quite make it to 12, but if they want to trade up and get a Tyree Wilson, they could trade up with 7 to a team like Vegas. Now, I think they're shooting big and probably want to get Will Anderson Jr. I would want to get Will Anderson Jr. too if I were them. I would not be surprised to see Arizona make a trade here for the number, or Arizona make a trade here with the Texans for the number 3 overall pick.
I think in order for it to be the right pick, they have to take a wide receiver with pick 12, 33, 65, or 73. I think you need to give him some extra help, right? I mean, you have Robert Woods and John Mechie's coming back, and you have Nico Collins, and that's great and all. But CJ Stroud's going to need a lot of help.
I was
right?
going to say, is it really that great?
Well, it's great. Like,
right.
Like, obviously, John Mechie is a wild card. We don't know what he could be. He was great at Alabama, but he's been away from football, for a while. Robert Woods looked like a shell of himself last year. So you just need something else. Devin Singletary and Dameon Pierce are not going to carry this team for CJ Stroud. So if they want him to succeed, they need to add some more talent.
I can't imagine what it is like to be CJ Stroud right now. He was listening to all this. The S2 score, 18th percentile. That he was going to be the one to slip in this draft. That Will Levis and Anthony Richardson were going to be the ones to go ahead of him. That he was an Ohio State quarterback. He's not going to make it in the NFL. And then to be selected as the number 2 overall pick, I can't even imagine the emotions going through this guy's head right now. I mean, I love this pick. I really do. I think that this was the right pick, I believe, for the Houston Texans.
I go back to what I was saying all the way back in January when I did my first mock. I understand going quarterback, but I don't think the Houston Texans roster is good enough to. Oh, Jackson just gave me a look. Producer Jackson just gave me a look.
We got breaking news?
Go ahead.
Jackson, we got breaking news?
Yep, I'm trading with the Texans.
Oh, no, they did it.
Well, there it is.
They did it.
What did I say?
Amazing.
What did I say?
Wow.
They have 1:30 left on the clock, and there is reports that this pick will be going to the Houston Texans, and it will be Will Anderson Jr. I would be willing to put my life savings on it right now.
That's crazy.
TikTok, hey, drop a follow for that. That's the first thing I said as soon as the pick was CJ Stroud, that they were going to go up and make a trade again for Will Anderson Jr. If you aren't following us already, make sure you go drop a follow for that. I mean, hey, you're welcome. I hope you hang out with us a little while longer.
Wow.
I got more of these coming.
Wow. Dude, I did not think that was actually, I didn't think Houston.
No.
And this is definitely Will Anderson. And Casario's pumped.
Casario is pumped. This is going to be Will Anderson Jr. Yes. The Texans have indeed traded up to number 3. That is confirmed now on the live broadcast.
So now I want to see what the package is.
That's what I want to know.
I am willing to bet it is from 12. I'd be willing to bet it's 12-35. I believe their second round pick is, or is it 33?
Do you want to pull up
33
real quick? Because I have the pick value chart and we can see exactly what.
I gotta assume it's a 2024 first as well.
And if that's the case, then I think Houston, it makes sense to get the quarterback and then trade the first. But I still don't think CJ Stroud is that kind of quarterback to make you not regret not having your first round pick next year.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what the package is, and the pick is in for the Houston Texans. I think we're all willing to agree it is going to be Will Anderson Jr. Will it not?
It will be Will Anderson. Get it? It will.
It will Will Anderson.
Sorry,
Will
that was
Anderson.
dumb. That was
Great
really
work,
dumb.
Ty.
Hey, TikTok, thanks for hanging out. YouTube.
And YouTube.
And
we got
YouTube and Twitter.
5.
YouTube and Twitter, we got to combine 5. We're hanging out over there, though. More people will roll in. The pick is officially in. Roger Goodell taking a nice, lovely stroll to the stage like he's walking on a beach on a beautiful 75-degree and sunny day.
I don't really care what the pick is. I just want to know what the trade package was.
I know, yeah.
Because here's the thing. If it's like a relatively smaller package, I know, and this is the Vikings fan of me, but the Vikings trading up then gets a lot easier, in my opinion. You'll still have to give up future first, but at least the Vikings are not in a situation like Houston where they're going to be still out of the playoffs. Minnesota can trade up and then get a quarterback. It would make me happy. That would make me happy.
The Texans selection.
Producer Jackson.
We got breaking news.
Yeah, I'd just like to report the trade terms for this.
Yes, lovely.
So it looks like it's the number 3 and 105 for the Texans 12, 33, a 2024 first, and a 2024 third.
So they did give up. So that's essentially what I would have had Tennessee giving up. And the pick is officially in. Roger Goodell with the 3rd pick in the 2023 NFL draft. The Houston Texans select. Come on, Roger. Don't keep me waiting.
Will Anderson
Jr., edge rusher from Alabama. Just as we all expected, they'd land arguably 2 of the top 3 prospects in this class.
So Houston absolutely is a winner. And I know I think a lot of people are going to criticize the trade package. But the fact that you are going to bring in CJ Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. makes you an instant winner because you're walking away with 2 top 5 prospects in this draft.
Man,
100%. I mean, and look, Tyler, you brought up an interesting point, though. Is it worth giving up your 2024 first as well? Is CJ Stroud going to make that big of a difference? Is that like there's potential that could still be a top 10 pick next year?
It really could. And so in that sense, it makes sense for Arizona to trade back. And now they've just got to pray that Paris Johnson can slip through Vegas, can slip through Chicago, through Tennessee even. I know. So if there's no quarterback for Tennessee, then Tennessee may be inclined to go at offensive line. So we'll see. But wow. I mean, again, the fact that you're bringing in 2 of the top 5 prospects in this draft class, it's a great day to be a Texan.
It's a great day to be a Texans fan. And I know I flexed my muscles when I said the first thing I said after the Texans selected CJ Stroud was that they would trade up to number 3. Again, I can't take 100% credit for that. Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network was all over that. He is arguably the best in the business. He was all over that in his 4.0. He's batting 1,000 so far in his mock draft. And when he brought that up, I thought there was a legitimate possibility, but I could not get over the fact that it just felt like it was going to be Will Anderson and Tennessee could sneak up the number 3 pick. Who did we all have as the number 3 pick in our mock drafts? I had the Tennessee Titans trading up to land CJ Stroud. So I get 0 points there. And I'll remind our viewers on YouTube and Twitter and on TikTok with the scoring format after we all reveal our picks here. But I had CJ Stroud with the Tennessee Titans trading up to get him.
I also had CJ Stroud with the Titans trading up.
Wow, look at us. 0 differential between the
Well, so we all had the first same 3 picks.
Jackson, do you want to give us the terms one more time?
Yep, one more time on the terms for those listening. He's bringing them up here.
All right, so here we are with the terms. So the Cardinals get the number 3. The Texans get the number 3 and the 105. The Texans will give 12, 33, a 2024 first, and a 2024 third.
So, yeah, I mean, and that was the package I had, the Tennessee Titans giving to trade up to number 3. So, I mean, I think that's about as fair as it gets. And frankly, I'm sure Tennessee probably extended the same offer. But, I mean, I'm sure 33 speaks pretty loud and clear if you're an Arizona Cardinal.
Yeah. And you're not trading within division either. I think that's another big thing as well. And we think about it too, right? For me, I don't know if I could do that as Houston, knowing that I'm going to have to put other stuff around CJ Stroud on the offense. But it is pretty close to the equivalent of what the 49ers gave up to trade up to 3 for Trey Lance. It's equivalent of 3 firsts almost, right? 33 is, you're 2 picks away from a first at that point. and then you get a first next year. So, and then a third on top of it.
Yeah.
So I think as far as like traditional trades we've seen to get that third overall pick, that it's pretty similar to what we've seen before.
There is the official compensation now on the NFL Network. They will get a 4th round pick this year. The Texans will, in addition to Will Anderson Jr. And again, the 12th overall pick, the 33rd pick this year, a 2024 first round pick, and a 2024 third round pick is what the Arizona Cardinals get in return. And the pick is officially in for the Indianapolis Colts. They did that with about 4 minutes left on the timer. Who do we have as a 4th overall pick? I have Anthony Richardson.
I have Will Levis, I believe.
And Cameron, you have? Are we all going quarterback here?
I mean, the Mannings gave their blessing, so I went with Will Levis. If the Mannings are giving their blessing, they're going Will. So
go ahead, Cam, finish up.
No, I was just finishing my thought. I was just saying.
So I quickly crunched the numbers on that pick value chart to see exactly who's getting what. The Texans are getting roughly 2,286 points with their package. They are giving up 3,715 points because of a first and a second this year. And then I gave them, I put the value at 1,700 for the first next year.
Yep.
And then the third, I did like 230 something. But that's the cost to go up. That's the cost to go up.
And that's 9 spots. That you're talking nearly 25% of the first round.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting to see how that will pan out for the Houston Texans, but we all have a quarterback here going to Indianapolis at number 4. I'm so torn. I kid you not, I spent far too much time today figuring out which quarterback I wanted to put at 4 to the Indianapolis Colts, because it was going to officially. I gotta hit the breaking news. The Colts official selection is going to be Anthony Richardson. It's going to be Anthony Richardson.
Wow. I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
With the 4th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, Goodell at the podium announces that quarterback Anthony Richardson is an Indianapolis Colt, baby.
Dude.
I absolutely love this.
Pandemonium. It's pandemonium.
I absolutely love this. Absolutely love this for the Indianapolis Colts. You want to know why? You give him Shane Steichen. You saw what he did with Jalen Hurts, who admittedly had issues throwing coming into the NFL. Like, he was a fine passing quarterback, but certainly not polished. Anthony Richardson is not a polished quarterback. You give him Shane Steichen. They brought in Gardner Minshew this offseason. I don't think Anthony Richardson is going to be the starter week 1 for this team.
No.
I don't believe that. But the Indianapolis Colts have bought themselves a lot of time now with Anthony Richardson at the quarterback position. Oh, here we go. Keep breaking news. For our behind-the-scenes man, Jackson, Rap Sheet is saying the phones are ringing in Seattle. Teams are clamoring to trade up to the number 5 pick. And I bet I know what one of those teams is.
It's got to be Tennessee, right?
I think it's the Philadelphia Eagles.
To go get Jalen Carter?
Wow. That would be my prediction. I feel pretty good about that. And I think Seattle might actually be tempted to make that trade. I don't think it's 50-50. You look at Peter Schrager's most recent mock draft, and I love mock drafts like Peter Schrager's, especially TikTok. Thanks for those of you who are joining us on YouTube and Twitter as well. The reason why I love Peter Schrager's mock drafts is because he works purely on inside sources around the league. He's not necessarily analyzing talent and trying to mesh everything together. He is working purely on sources. Now, he doesn't have a source for everybody. But one thing he did say about Seattle is that they were 50-50. 50% of the people who were connected to Seattle were saying, it's 100% going to be Jalen Carter. The other 50% were saying, where are you hearing that from? There's no way it's going to be Jalen Carter. So I am willing to bet the Philadelphia Eagles are probably calling non-stop to go up and get Jalen Carter at 5. They said they were going to go get Jalen Carter. If he's there at 10, he's their guy. He's not going to make it to 10. I'd be willing to bet the Eagles are willing to move up here.
Now, I wonder if Seattle would have moved back if Anthony Richardson was there at 5.
Oh, 100%.
And I'm very, very curious now to see, because it could be Philly. I think it could be Tennessee. I mean, you just list off the suitors. I mean, I'm not going to rule out the Vikings because they see Levis as the only quarterback. I mean, no, I know that Hooker's still there, but they may not see Hooker as the 23rd pick. You get them. Maybe Tampa. Tampa hasn't been talked about enough for quarterbacks, in my opinion, at least, because you're going with Kyle Trask and Baker Mayfield. I don't know about you, but I would rather go with Will Levis over those two guys.
Cameron, what do you think Seattle does here at 5? Do you think there's a trade back? Do you think they take Jalen Carter? What do you think? What do you think is going on here with Seattle?
I don't know. This is where I'm like Ty said. I mean, I think any team that would be interested in Jalen Carter or Will Levis is in play here, and there's a lot of teams that could be. Right, like Ty mentioned the Vikings. You got the Eagles. You got all these different teams that could be willing to trade up here. So it's just going to be interesting in what they do, and it'd be interesting to see if Seattle just keeps the pick. Right. I feel like the quarterback, if they were going to take one, would have been Anthony Richardson. I don't feel like they're interested in another quarterback here.
I would agree with you there.
So unless they like Jalen Carter, they definitely could be.
Well, and I wonder if Seattle likes Tyree Wilson, but they think that 5 is a little rich for the guy. So they try to move back with a Philly, with the Tennessee that's still within a bit of a range of Tyree Wilson.
Let's answer a quick question. This was a great one that came in from TikTok. Shout out to y'all over on TikTok hanging out with us. Keep dropping your questions. There's been a lot happening. We haven't been able to get to all your questions. We'll start to get to more as the draft goes on here. But an interesting question. With Anthony Richardson going number 4 to the Indianapolis Colts, how does that help or hurt Jonathan Taylor in the rushing attack for the Indianapolis Colts? And let's take this from a fantasy football perspective.
So for me, what comes to mind is I'm starting to think of the Ravens offense. I'm starting to think of the Eagles offense. Both of those offenses, we're not seeing running backs with 300 touches, but we are seeing Miles Sanders and J.K. Dobbins with insane efficiency and high touchdown totals. And I think that's something you're going to see with Jonathan Taylor, but he's also a guy you have to give him 250 plus carries. If he is on your team, he will get that no matter what. They just might not throw the ball nearly as much. And honestly, for Jonathan Taylor, that's not going to hurt him too bad, right? He catches the ball, but he's not an Austin Eckler. He's not a Leonard Fournette, right? So his receiving totals may come down a little bit, but I would expect to see an increase in efficiency and probably high touchdown totals.
Yeah, and I think a blueprint has kind of been set with what we saw in Philly last year, where we saw Jalen Hurts as a top 5 quarterback. Miles Sanders was running back 14 on the year, I believe.
He was right around that range, yes.
So I think Jonathan Taylor has a little more talent than Miles Sanders. So I don't think Jonathan Taylor all of a sudden falls down to that low teens range. But Richardson will take carries, but JT is good enough to get his. And I think that offense will utilize him enough to still get top 5 and at the worst top 10 production. So maybe he's not front end of your fantasy drafts at this point, but he's certainly still going to be late first round, in my opinion, maybe even early second.
We are getting reports as well that Seattle will make the pick. There will be no trade. And I, in my mock draft here, have Jalen Carter going to the Seattle Seahawks. And I believe that is what the pick will be here as it has been submitted by the Seattle Seahawks. What do you two have here at 5 for the Seattle Seahawks? Or do you have trading?
That's a great question.
I have Anthony Richardson, so it's not going to be that. But I would agree Jalen Carter would be my assumption here now.
Yeah, I had Richardson too.
You two.
Amateurs, we get it.
That's what you two get for having Anthony Richardson and not being smart like your boy and having Anthony Richardson at the number 4 pick to the Indianapolis Colts.
Can you play the Stephen A?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, gladly. That's how Tyler's feeling right now.
That's how I feel with my mock draft so far. And I have to remember that just because I put in hours upon hours upon hours does not mean that it's going to be perfect, but it's a little bit.
So what other options are here for the Seattle Seahawks, though? We're on commercial break right now. What other options are there here for the Seattle Seahawks if it is not Jalen Carter and not Anthony Richardson? Oh, interesting. Can I share a little bit of the funny tweet from Pete Carroll today, where he quote tweeted? You saw that Pete Carroll today earlier on Twitter. This is for you over on TikTok as well. Thanks for hanging out with us. He quote tweeted the trailer for season 4 of Love Is Blind that Netflix put out on March 24th earlier this year, and he said, "Draft clue number 1." I don't know what that means. Some people, an interesting comment, linked it back to what the Seattle Seahawks posted on March 24th, which was a photo of Will Levis visiting the team. So quick, before Roger Goodell makes his way to the podium, maybe we have more time than we think. You know how slow Roger Goodell walks. What other options could be here for the Seattle Seahawks, though? I have him taking Jalen Carter here.
I think Tyree Wilson is an option just because he's been getting buzz lately.
As they pan to Will Levis on.
Is he on the phone?
Yes. He's not on the phone, but he is on the live broadcast. Bill's making his way up to the stage. Tyler, sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
No, I feel like it's maybe Devon Witherspoon because it was known that they love Devon Witherspoon. So,
and here we go. Roger Goodell's at the podium. He's ready to make the pick. With the 5th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Devon Witherspoon.
Wow.
Illinois. Wow. Okay, well, now I'm the one who's feeling a little bit. I had Devon Witherspoon to the Detroit Lions at number 6, but Seattle beefs up their secondary with a physical cornerback out of Illinois. He is going to be a ton of fun to watch in that Seattle Seahawks secondary with Tariq Woolen.
Oh, dude.
No fly zone. Returning this season. Returning to a stadium near you.
I know Seahawks fans are going to be kind of sad that Kobe Bryant, the guy that they took in the late rounds last year, isn't going to be the starting corner on the outside. But let me tell you that when you're lining up Tariq Woolen and Devon Witherspoon against Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, when you're lining them up against DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, or no, they're on the same team. That's
in practice.
Give me a helmet. Where's the 2-minute minor? No, what about
Cooper Kupp,
Marquise Brown, and for the foreseeable future, DeAndre Hopkins, even though that won't happen, but still, like, you have 2 awesome cornerbacks now with Devon Witherspoon and Tariq Woolen. Like, Devon Witherspoon is not really known right now because he didn't do a whole lot during the draft process because he was injured. But when you look at the tape and you look at highlights and stuff, he was different. He was built different. So I like this pick. I wonder if Jalen Carter didn't do his thing or Tyree Wilson did have an ankle injury, what that would have done. But, man,
I love that. I do really enjoy this pick for the Seattle Seahawks, though. It was fairly chalk that it was going to be Devon Witherspoon to the Detroit Lions. He was like a minus 200 favorite, which was, I thought, almost a lock at that point. I thought it was fairly chalk, but here we are. He is the pick. Jalen Carter slides to the Detroit Lions potentially, or do they go cornerback as well after trading away Jeff Okudah earlier this offseason, last week, to the Atlanta Falcons? Could Christian Gonzalez be the pick here? What are we thinking for the Detroit Lions at number 6 overall?
I think this pick for Witherspoon really, really hurts the Cardinals.
Yes.
Because I think if Detroit goes Christian Gonzalez, I think Vegas then goes Paris Johnson at 7.
That's a real possibility.
And that would hurt Arizona. I shouldn't say hurt Arizona. That would hurt Kyler Murray. So maybe Detroit does take Jalen Carter. Maybe they do. Because they have done this. I shouldn't say. What year was it where they drafted Penei Sewell? 2 years ago?
Jamar Chase draft. So it would be 2 years ago.
Penei Sewell was like always mocked in the top 5. Always. And somehow Penei Sewell then fell to 7, where Detroit was, and Detroit took him, even though they had a franchise left tackle already. So in my mind, it makes sense on the premise of one of the best players in the draft is there for the taking for Detroit. And there's little more risk with Jalen Carter than Penei Sewell, but still, like the theory, the philosophy behind Detroit taking Jalen Carter makes sense in my mind.
He just seems like, I don't like saying he seems like a Dan Campbell type of player, but like the big physical defensive nature, we're going to be in your face.
Oh boy.
Here comes
Producer Jackson.
He got to his mic in a hurry.
Via rap sheet, we have the Cardinals trading with the Lions
to get Paris Johnson.
And they traded back up to get Paris Johnson Jr. That will be the pick at number 6. I am fairly certain of it. When your franchise quarterback Kyler Murray talks, you got to listen after ignoring him for 3 straight years.
Well, and they had extra capital to move after trading. So it's not the craziest thing to do, but what they realize, I have to think they realized Paris Johnson isn't making it past 7.
No.
And that also means Jalen Carter is probably going to go at 9 to the Bears. And if it's not 9, it's 10 to Philly.
Philly is having this draft fall perfectly.
He nodded. Did I nail that?
Trade terms. He's got trade terms here. Jackson, go for it.
All right. It looks like it's the number 6 pick for 12 and 34.
That's it.
So they traded this. They traded
their second round pick.
Arizona traded their second,
which is brilliant.
Honestly,
it's absolutely brilliant. When you move up a spot in the second round, you don't lose anything, and you acquire an additional first. The Arizona Cardinals, winners of this draft right now.
Monty Ossenfort, you are a dog.
Wow, that's crazy to me.
So
wow.
Again,
so to move from 12 to 6, all they did was give up their second round pick.
That's nuts.
Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. So in essence,
that's all they did.
They moved back 3 spots in the first round and got a 24 first and a 3rd next season.
Dude,
and all they lost was a 5th.
Monty Ossenfort.
The pick is officially in, and I think we all know it is going to be Paris Johnson Jr. here, who they have been clamoring for in the past week. This is incredible. If you're joining us on TikTok, if you're finding a better breakdown of this right now, let us know. I don't think you are. Smash that like button. I don't even know how many likes we're at, but smash that like button. I mean, come on now. You're not going to find a better breakdown, a higher level of excitement than this.
So here's what we're looking at for this trade, okay? For Arizona to give up 34 and 12, it's 1,760 points, and they are getting 1,600 points back from Detroit, so it's pretty even. I mean, they traded for essentially the number 5 pick. Detroit now has 34, 48, and 55 in the first round, plus pick 12 and 18. It's a no-brainer trade for both sides.
It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Detroit trades back with Devon Witherspoon not there. I'm sure this is exactly what they're thinking. If Devon Witherspoon wasn't there, they're probably going to make this pick with Arizona. Otherwise, this pick probably would have happened with Vegas. I wouldn't have been surprised to see Vegas trade back here as well.
Crazy.
But I do believe this pick will be Paris Johnson Jr. As Roger Goodell makes his way to the podium and takes his sweet old time as usual.
So now I wonder where Will Levis goes.
I think Will Levis is due for a tumble, man. In my mock, I have him going 23 to Minnesota.
Wow.
I think he takes a tumble. Now, maybe he, a team starts to trade up once he starts to slide too far, but we're getting past the teams that need a quarterback. We're getting past those teams as Roger Goodell officially makes his way to the podium to announce that with the 6th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals, they select. Come on, Goodell. Paris Johnson Jr., tackle out of Ohio State. They were clamoring for him all week. They traded back to acquire a heck of a deal in draft capital, to trade back up, only give up the 34th pick the 3rd pick in the 2nd round this year to go get the guy that they would have taken, excuse me, bad time to have a burp, at 3.
That is, man.
That's crazy.
Wheeling and dealing. Monty Ossenfort.
Just real quick, I do want to go back to the Indianapolis pick for Anthony Richardson. If you are in your dynasty league right now and you can sense that the manager with Jonathan Taylor is panicking, like he thinks Jonathan Taylor's going to take a dip,
go buy
right now. I don't care what you got to pay, go buy. Because if they're panicking and they're willing to sell a little bit off, you need to go get it. Like it's just, I just think like Jonathan Taylor's one of those guys that doesn't matter the situation. But going back to Paris Johnson Jr., Arizona had to.
Producer Jackson.
Oh no!
Another look. No. Oh.
Jackson's also in a fantasy league that all 3 of us fellas are in, and as Cameron is saying that Jackson was going out and making a trade offer to the Jonathan to our league.
What a guy!
Brilliant.
Hey, okay. I also want to say this quick. This might be a bold take, but as I see Paris Johnson holding the Arizona jersey, the new Arizona jersey, I have to say it. Their new jerseys are awful.
What? What?
I
Disgusting.
I said this when they got released. I would rather have their old jerseys than the new ones. I don't care how slick the new ones look. I don't care. It's dull. It is so dull.
It's just so bland and boring.
It's so boring.
To go back to Paris Johnson Jr. here, well, I mean, we are talking about him, but specifically Paris Johnson Jr. Only allowed 3 sacks on 882 pass blocking snaps in his career. That's the kind of guy you need to protect Kyler Murray. That's the kind of guy you need to protect. And Kyler was saying, this is the guy you need to go out and get to protect me.
Mm-hmm.
And they listened. After 3 years of ignoring his pleas, they have gone up and drafted Paris Johnson Jr. at 6 overall. Let's turn back to our mock drafts here.
Why?
I just want to get people informed on how we're doing here. All right.
Oh,
so for those of you who are just tuning in on YouTube or Twitter, for those of you who are joining us on TikTok, the 3 of us fellas are going head to head to see who can have the most accurate mock draft by the end of tonight. So how the scoring system works is it is 1 point if you get the position correctly of the player. So for instance, with Anthony Richardson going at number 4, we all had a quarterback going there.
Why? You're right.
We all had a quarterback going there, right? So Cameron and Tyler would get 1 point because they had Will Levis going there. However, if you get the player right, you get 3 points. So I had Anthony Richardson going 4.
We
so
get
I
it.
get
You
3
show off.
points there. I'm just trying to provide an example. However, if you also predict a trade, you get 5 points. So far, I am 0 on trades. So, and I actually, admittedly, I don't have any other trades the rest of the first round. Even though there will be more, it just gets to a point where my mocks start to get too messy and it becomes too unpredictable. And if you can find me the mock out there that had Arizona trading back with Houston to then trade back up to number 6 to get Paris Johnson Jr., find me that mock if you can. So to recap, the first overall pick in the 2023 NFL draft was Bryce Young. Second overall was CJ Stroud. Third, to the Houston Texans, who traded up with the Arizona Cardinals, got Will Anderson Jr. Fourth with Anthony Richardson, Devon Witherspoon to the Seattle Seahawks at 5, and now Paris Johnson Jr. at 6 to the Arizona Cardinals with Las Vegas on the clock now. To review our picks, we all had Bryce Young going first overall in our mock drafts. We all had Will Anderson Jr. going second overall to the Houston Texans. However, that ended up being CJ Stroud, but of course then the Houston Texans traded up to 3, but that doesn't count because the pick wasn't associated. The pick wasn't associated correctly. So because it was number 3, we get no points there. I had CJ Stroud. Do we all have Tennessee trading up to get CJ Stroud?
Yes.
So we all went 0 for there as well. So we got 3 points for Bryce Young. We went 0 for there. Anthony Richardson went at 4 to the Indianapolis Colts. I had him at 4. And so I got 3 points for that. I'm sitting at 6. Tyler and Cam each had Will Levis. So they only get 1 point, but they're sitting at 4. And now we each got 0 points for Devon Witherspoon and Paris Johnson Jr. at 5 and 6. I had Jalen Carter to Seattle and Devon Witherspoon to Detroit. Tyler and Cameron both had Anthony Richardson there. And did you all have Devon Witherspoon at 6 as well?
Yes.
Mhm.
And the pick is officially in for the Las Vegas Raiders as they pan to Will Levis. Ready? Over under on how many times we see Will Levis pan to as he continues to fall in the NFL draft.
13 and a half.
13
Every
under.
pick.
Under.
Every pick.
It's going to be like
actually, that actually might not be a half bad line. I think I would set the line at 9.5.
we're already
I
at
will
2.
say over.
Well, no,
I think
okay. So
over.
starting now.
Okay. Over.
9.5
I
more
will say
times.
under. I will say under.
I
Play
think
along on TikTok.
So
I think
real,
sorry.
Go ahead, Cam. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I think it's going to be similar to the Aaron Rodgers draft where it's like he
Oh.
should go and they pan and they pan. I'm not saying he's going to be Aaron Rodgers. Don't hear what I'm not saying. I just think it's going to be a
Please.
similar
Would you- what
situation.
would- Some quick Vegas odds. So the number 10 pick just went off of DraftKings board. The favorite at the number 10 pick, the last favorite was Bijan Robinson at plus 100.
I did get a spoiler for the pick. I cannot see it though. Jackson, don't spoil it in the chat, please. As I hear your
I feel
fingers
like-
furiously typing.
Is this not Christian Gonzalez?
It feels like it should be. TikTok, we acknowledge you're here. We thank you for all 100 plus of you tuning in right now. Keep your questions coming. We will get to them when we can. There's just been so much going on in this draft right now.
Pandemonium.
It's been pandemonium. We've been trying to figure it out. So we are going to continue answering your questions
In YouTube.
and YouTube and Twitter as well. Please, yes. But we'll keep those questions coming. We will get to more as the draft begins to progress. And there's admittedly less and less to talk about as the first round goes on, as we get to after the first 15 picks, and things start to get a little more interesting and less predictable there. But the pick is officially in for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Looks like we're gonna go to commercial.
I know it feels like it should be a commercial. Again, Goodell is just it's 5 minutes after the pick is in.
Mhm.
I mean, Atlanta has been on the clock for 2.5 minutes.
I will admit on my pick right now on my mock is Jalen Carter.
To the Las Vegas Raiders.
Las Vegas Raiders. He just feels like a guy. He's got so much like stuff coming into the draft that feels like a Raiders pick.
And it could be as Roger Goodell makes his way to the podium with the 7th pick in the 2023 NFL draft. It does feel like a Mark Davis pick that they would pick Jalen Carter here. But they select Tyree Wilson, edge rusher out of Texas Tech. This, I admittedly, I can't take too much credit because I went back and forth. I ultimately went with Christian Gonzalez, but I was seriously wondering if Vegas would strongly consider him here at 7. I mean, he has one of the highest upsides in this draft at the edge rusher position. I mean, it was Will Anderson number 1, but there was on some teams' boards, Tyree Wilson was the number 1 edge rusher in this draft with how explosive and athletic he is. Vegas went out and got, I mean, this is also a very Las Vegas pick. Like, is it not?
No, it is. But I think corner was the biggest need. And you have Christian Gonzalez sitting right there. And your edge rusher, I know Chandler Jones didn't have the greatest season, but it's Chandler Jones.
Mm-hmm.
And you have Max Crosby. So I get it's a developmental pick. And you're playing the long game that Chandler Jones is going to, kind of continue to decline maybe. But again, Christian Gonzalez is right there.
Yeah, this felt like a massive need for the Texans that they totally missed out on. But I also can't blame them for taking a shot on the athletic upside of Tyree Wilson, man. I mean, he is explosive. He could be special. He could. I mean, I would agree. I'm torn on this.
I mean, so Daniel Jeremiah does like a pro comparison on his profile when the player selected, and it literally said Chandler Jones.
Sportfluent Kyle hanging out in our TikTok chat. Thanks for hanging out, Sportfluent Kyle. He's thinking Christian Gonzalez here will be the pick in Atlanta, though.
It was Bijan the favorite before the pick went off.
Bijan was the favorite, but also that was with the assumption that Christian Gonzalez
Was going to be off the
was
board.
going to be off the board at this point. You get Jeff Kuda on the outside. I mean, this team needs so much help in the secondary. And they have Kyle Pitts and Drake London. You have to wonder if one of these two cornerbacks did fall to them, would they take a shot on either Devon Witherspoon or Christian Gonzalez? I'm curious, for those of you on the TikTok chat and even over on YouTube as well, drop your thoughts. What do you think Atlanta is going to do here at 8? Is it going to be Devon Witherspoon? Is it going to be Bijan Robinson? Jalen Carter is still on the board. Who is it going to be? And for those of you on YouTube and Twitter as well, you can play along. Give us your thoughts. I might even throw a few of them up here on the YouTube YouTube and Twitter live stream as well. I do have power to do that. Drop your picks in the chat. We'll take a consensus poll here, and we'll hear from our man behind the scenes, which has the most votes as we now see that the pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons at 8. Who do we think it is? Fishy Fish. He's saying Jalen Carter. He's saying Jalen Carter over on YouTube.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Atlanta just needs talent. It makes sense.
Jackson, we got a consensus in the TikTok chat at all? Jalen Carter is a consensus in the TikTok chat as well. Jalen Carter could be the pick here. Bijan Robinson was the heavy favorite throughout the week. Who do we have in our mocks? I have Bijan Robinson.
I have Tyree Wilson.
Bijan Robinson as well. And I need to ask a question. So I know that Jalen Carter is a D lineman and
we're not counting
Tyree is an edge, but can I count? They play like it's almost the same.
No,
does not count.
Oh my, unbelievable.
No, I will not give that to you.
Are you seeing Jalen Carter line up in the?
I will not get
No. Ask the chat. That's a question for YouTube and TikTok.
No.
Can I count them as the same position?
No, you cannot. They're clearly not. One has EDGE underneath their name. The other one has DI. Now you tell me if those two are the same.
Ridiculous. It's just semantics.
I know you wanted to say DL.
Come on now.
They don't.
Some people are starting to think Bijan in the TikTok.
I like that
Bijan.
Well. I like that Bijan.
I don't like the Bijan. I said this earlier off air, but the roster construction that Atlanta would be going through if they take Bijan is a wild one.
It's 100% wild.
Where you took a tight end in the top 5, you took a wide receiver in the top 10, and then you're going to take a running back in the top 10. And I guess like if you're believing in Desmond Ridder, then getting players of that caliber to support him makes sense. But a team that's still not contending yet shouldn't be taking a running back in the top 10. They should be looking to fill out their roster a little bit more, which makes sense with Jalen Carter or Christian Gonzalez, even though they traded for Okudah. Like,
all I want to say is they're going to take Bijan, and all these fools who are saying that the Falcons would never replace Tyler Algier, even though he's a 5th-round pick.
I do kind of want them to eat their cake. I do kind of want them to eat their cake. I'm not going to lie.
You can't clown me and then be this wrong. Like they took the number 1 running back when they need help everywhere else, all right? So then you just got to wait for Kansas City to take Gibbs, and then Pacheco's off the board too. And then the Bills will take Quentin Johnston, and then Gabe Davis is off the board. It's like, guys, come on. Draft capital does matter, unfortunately, right? Tyler Algier, Isaiah Pacheco looked great, but when it comes to running backs, draft capital really matters. And we're talking about a 5th and a 7th-round pick. So I don't think they should take Bijan from roster construction, but I don't think Arthur Smith can help himself. I think he has to.
Question that came in from TikTok. Do you think Jalen Carter has a shot at falling to 12?
I don't think so. I think it's either Chicago at 9 or Philly at 10.
The slide stops at 10. That is my firm belief that the slide will stop at 10. We'll see though. So the Texans, just as a reminder, the Texans did trade up from number 12 all the way up to number 3 to select Will Anderson Jr. at the 3rd overall pick. They gave up their first this year, so they gave the 12th pick to move up to 3. Trade alert
for 9.
Hold on. We got the Falcon selection here. The Falcons pick is in. They are bringing up. It looks like they're going to have somebody else announce the pick here. I cannot see who, and I don't have the volume on to hear who is announcing the pick.
If Kwesi traded with Chicago, then it's the holy trifecta.
If-
The holy trifecta of NFC North trades.
We'll see if Roger Goodell makes the pick here quickly. But the Falcons pick is in, and it seems like we're pretty torn on Bijan and Jalen Carter here in the chat. A lot don't think it is going to be Christian Gonzalez. And I'm mostly dragging this out because Roger Goodell is making an announcement because he has two people up on the stage with him. And we have some breaking news I want to get to as well.
The look on Jackson, that was a look that I have not seen.
This is
at
bad.
all
That means
tonight.
that means it's going to be the Minnesota Vikings.
No, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. Neither.
neither. Interesting.
Oh, it's just the pick.
The pick. So with the 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, Christopher and Shane of Big Brothers Big Sisters America announced that the pick will be maybe I might have announced that too soon. I definitely announced that too soon. Bijan Robinson.
Woo!
Bye Tyler Algier in fantasy football.
Irrelevance.
Nice knowing you. Nice having you.
Oh,
Draft capital means everything.
everything.
Bye-bye.
Everything.
Bye.
Sorry, Seth. I don't know if you're watching. Sorry, buddy. I just traded you Tyler Algier, and I got
Here we go. Breaking
now
news.
we got
Jackson,
breaking news. Go ahead,
give
Jackson.
give us the announcement. This is big.
Here we are. The Eagles have traded up to number 9.
Jalen Carter.
And this is Jalen Carter.
Yep.
This is Jalen Carter.
It's got to be.
No doubt in my mind whatsoever. The Eagles did indeed trade up to 9. That is factual. And again, the pick will be Jalen Carter here. You can sign, seal, and deliver that one to Roger Goodell. I don't think they even need to take their time with this pick. I mean, they'll have to wait for Bijan to go up and do his little thing with Roger Goodell. But as soon as he's off the stage, Roger Goodell better make his way right back out there because we all know this pick is going to be Jalen Carter.
Is there any chance it's GSN?
No.
No.
There's
You don't
zero
think so?
chance. For
All right.
Philly?
I think
For Philly.
Could you imagine that
He-
offense?
I don't care.
No, I'm with you, Cam. If
I'll
put
give you
Devon-
I'll give you Treylon Burks and whatever you want for Devonta Smith. Clearly, you don't value him. I'm staring you right in the face as I say that.
I understand, like, from a fantasy perspective, it would be the worst thing in the world. I would be ready to cry if that happens. But from an NFL standpoint, could you imagine trying to stop that offense? Especially if
Colorado
Rashad
is
Penny
so
stays
tough.
healthy. If Rashad Penny stayed healthy, oh my gosh, be
Skoronski
ridiculous.
is
But I do understand. I think it's Jalen Carter. I was just throwing that question out there if there was any thought that it could be GSM.
So here's an interesting thing. What does Chicago do? Because Philly traded up one spot with Chicago. Jackson, whenever you have official trade compensation, feel free to give me a thumbs up and I'll butt you in here. Chicago they trade back one spot because they know the pick is going to be Jalen Carter here. I think Chicago ends up. I mean, Chicago could trade back. How many picks do you think to still select Darnell Wright? Because that's who I think it's going to be. That's why I had them taking here at 9. Obviously, that's not going to be the case anymore, and I'm going to be crushed because it is. I believe it is going to be Darnell Wright. It just won't be at the 9th pick, so I won't get any credit for it.
I just had a player. I'm trying to remember. Oh, I had this player in my TikTok mock draft.
Yep.
Broderick Jones. Still offensive lineman. But I think between Skoronski, who I think teams will see more as a guard, is going to go later. I think Darnell Wright and Daniel Jeremiah had Darnell Wright going 31 to the Chiefs. And if he had the Texans, I'm not going to say he's going to have Darnell Wright correct as well. But maybe Darnell Wright is going later teens and early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Broderick Jones is the youngest out of the 4 first-round linemen who has really one of the better upsides out of all the tackles.
So I derived that question from TikTok, where the question is it going to be Peter Skoronski? at 10. I think he's in play there as well. But Ryan Poles, man, he just wants a dude that he can plug directly into the tackle spot, not get cute with at all, and
Darnell
just have
Wright.
him go to work. And that is Darnell Wright.
Wright.
So that's why I think Darnell Wright is going to be the pick there. And the NFL Network has officially announced a trade, Philadelphia moving up to the 9th overall pick. And I'm sure that pick is in, and it will be Jalen Carter. I believe the pick has been spoiled already. I have not looked at it. For the sake of our broadcast, just so you all know, we're not going to announce the picks as they are spoiled. We're going to announce the picks as we see them, just to save some time. But if we have breaking news, we will obviously butt in with that like trade question. So look, so Bijan Robinson, he goes top 10. He doesn't make a slide in the first round. How likely is it that Jahmyr Gibbs slides into the end of the first round now with a team like the Dallas Cowboys, though I don't like the fit with Tony Pollard, to a team like the Cincinnati Bengals? Could we see a team even like, dare I say, Tampa Bay even take Jahmyr Gibbs? Some of these running back needy teams in the back half of the first round, could we see Jahmyr Gibbs make an appearance?
Dare I say Kansas City?
Yeah, he that could be another one.
I think I want to acknowledge Kyle on TikTok first real quick. He brought up, if Jalen Carter goes here, you got Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis again back as teammates.
Oh, 100%.
That's just disgusting.
And then your pass rush is then with Hassan Reddick, with Josh Sweat, and
that's crazy. But going to Jahmyr Gibbs, I mean, you look at it, man. I mean, even 19 through 31, right? Chargers could potentially an Austin Eckler replacement. Tampa Bay, Minnesota wants to move on from Dalvin Cook. Maybe they go Gibbs. You look at the Cowboys could, Bills, Bengals, I mean, Eagles could add a running back. Kansas. I mean, there is a lot of spots for him to go. It's just going to be, how much do you value running back here, right? I mean, you get a team like the Chiefs who've won multiple Super Bowls with just no name people at the running back position. So, are they going to value it again? And so, but there is a lot of opportunities for Gibbs to fall in the first round.
I think too, if Gibbs does go in the first round, I will never be able to understand the value of running back, because we saw Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker go in the second round last year. And I thought those two were better than Gibbs, but Gibbs will go round 1. So we'll see.
Yeah.
And here comes Roger Goodell to the podium. We will announce the compensation.
Jackson looks confused.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's a very confusing compensation. As I saw here, but with the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, to no surprise, this should be Jalen Carter, defensive tackle out of Georgia. They said they were going to go get him. If he was in the top 10 still, they were going to go get him. They were patient. And Jackson, correct me if I'm wrong, they only paid an additional 4th to do it.
A 4th from next year.
From next year?
That's what I'm seeing from Rap Sheet. A 4th rounder next year.
You got to imagine then they had no intention of ever taking Jalen Carter. And they were under the assumption that's 100% of the Eagles are. So they're just like, let's get something to move down one spot to, we're still going to take whoever we're going to take at 9 and we're going to take at 10. So that would be the only way, I feel like that works out.
Is there a more confusing GM right now than Ryan Poles in some ways? Like in some ways he's absolutely killing it. In other ways I see a trade like this and I'm like I get you're not going to get like a second round pick. Like I understand that, but not even a 4th this year. Like
you're dealing with Howie Roseman too, though. I mean, Howie Roseman, I feel like is the king of getting the most out of you or the least from himself to get something. So that might have been part of it too. Of Roseman's just like, I won't do anything less. So if you want it, it's yours. But if not, then bug off.
I'm so confused. If Chicago wasn't going to take Jalen Carter, that and Philly then traded up, to me that means that there were other teams calling Chicago at 9, that Philly needed to go up one spot to ensure that they would get Jalen Carter. And
why would Chicago strike a deal with them?
I know at the end of the day it's a 4th round pick, and 4th round picks rarely hit in the NFL, but I get it. I get it for both sides in the aftermath of the trade, but the journey to get to why they did it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But both teams will be happy because Philly gets Jalen Carter and Chicago.
I think Chicago is reeling a little bit because I saw a lot of buzz about Paris Johnson Jr. going to Chicago.
Yeah.
And I feel like they thought they had a real chance at him. Maybe even like looking at trading with the Raiders. They probably weren't expecting the Cardinals to take him at 6, right? Because you're not thinking they take him at 3, and you think if they trade back, they're probably trading out.
You
of the
got a
top
shot
10.
there at 9 then.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so I think they're reeling a little. I gotta assume they're gonna go tackle here if they don't want a D lineman like Jalen Carter.
I mean, my pick at 9 was Darnell Wright. And what I'm seeing, what I'm feeling from that trade is that, I mean, we're gonna get Darnell Wright 4 picks from now. I don't think Darnell Wright goes in the next 3 picks. So why not, why not get what you can? But I would have certainly tried to get a lot better than just a 4th round pick next year. Just to recap our last 4 picks, we haven't recapped our accuracy on our mock drafts. At number 7 went Tyree Wilson to the Las Vegas Raiders. In my mock draft, I had Christian Gonzalez.
I had Christian Gonzalez.
Cameron, you had?
Jalen Carter should count as a point, but you know what? I'm not going to fight it anymore.
No, no, we're moving on. We all had Bijan Robinson at number 8 to the Atlanta Falcons.
I did not. I had Tyree Wilson.
Clown.
Because I thought it was smoke.
Cameron and I both had Bijan Robinson. We pick up 3 points there. Did any of us have Chicago trading out of 9?
No, but I did have Jalen Carter going at 9.
So you get 3 points for that.
I get 3 points.
You do get 3 points for that. You did have the player correct at the correct draft position. Therefore, you do get 3 points there.
3 to the dome.
3 to the dome.
3 to the dome.
And we will see who the Chicago Bears take with the 10th overall pick. But I had Tyree Wilson sliding this far to the Philadelphia Eagles at 10. But
that's what I had.
With the Chicago Bears on the clock, I believe the pick is going to be Darnell Wright here.
I had Nolan Smith, but that's because I had Philly choosing a 10. And I doubt that happens, but Chicago does have a need for pass rush. So there's an outlier chance. And it's been known that the NFL values Nolan Smith higher than media does.
Yes.
So again, there's a chance, but I don't think it's likely. I think it'll be offensive line. But here's the other thing about this Jalen Carter trade. Matt Eberflus had DeForest Buckner in Indy, a disruptor in the middle of the defensive line. Chicago doesn't have that. And you just pass up on arguably the best defensive tackle that we've seen in years to supposedly just pick up a 4th next year and grab a right tackle, which is still a need. But that's where talent needs to take priority over need.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to totally hate whatever Chicago picks, but whatever they choose, it's not going to be as good as Jalen Carter.
Yeah. The pick is officially in for the Chicago Bears. Quick prediction on who we think it's going to be, since we're all going to get this pick wrong in our mock drafts. I think it'll be Darnell Wright.
Broderick Jones.
I'm Broderick Jones as well. Also, Kyle in our TikTok asked if Philly still has the 30 pick. They do.
The pick is in. It is Darnell Wright to the Chicago Bears.
A bully. He's a bully.
He is a bully, and I do believe Ryan Poles was after that. Who is the guy I can go plug in at right tackle and seal up that side of the offense for Justin Fields? And he is a bully. As it says on the NFL Network, absorbed power, dominated elite competition. This guy, just watch his highlights if you're watching the live draft right now as well. He is an absolute bully.
He's a bully. And again, it makes sense. I still would have liked Jalen Carter. I as much as I like Darnell Wright, I would have liked Jalen Carter. And let's think about it this way. You have the talent of Jalen Carter and you have the talent of Darnell Wright. Does a 4th round pick next year make up for that? Absolutely not. I think we look back on this trade, and not to say that Darnell Wright can't be good, but I just think Jalen Carter is that good that we look back on this trade 2 years from now and we say Darnell Wright and whoever the 4th round pick was from the Bears, is that a better haul for Chicago than Jalen Carter? And I think early we can say no, because Jalen Carter is that good. So I'm confused. I get the whole rebuilding, just get as many picks as you can from Chicago. I just can't get past passing up on Jalen Carter when you are a team in a rebuild and you traded down from 1 to 9, where you could have taken Jalen Carter at 1 and you passed him up at 9 to go take a right tackle.
The pick is in for the Tennessee Titans as well. Cameron, get back to your thought from our friend Kyle in the TikTok chat.
He was just asking,
cut you off just because the pick was in.
No, he was just asking if Philly was at pick 30, and they are. Chiefs are at 31. There is no pick 32 because Miami did forfeit their 1st round pick, for those who are wondering why there are only 31 picks. For this Tennessee pick, though, I obviously had them trading up.
Yeah,
Is
I
this
did as
Will
well.
Levis? Is this Will Levis?
I feel like it has to be.
This might be Will Levis here. I would also not be surprised if it is Peter Skoronski as well. Those would be my top 2 candidates for the pick. Do they have? Well, they probably took the lines down on
they did.
DraftKings because the pick is in. But this was from Jackson. He put it in our chat here. According to Rap Sheet, Chicago moved back to 10 to pick the same person they would have picked at 9. So yeah, they were going to pick Darnell Wright over Jalen Carter. So they had no intention whatsoever of taking Jalen Carter.
I'm not gonna doubt Ryan Poles, because Ryan Poles was a former lineman himself. So there's got to be something that he sees in Darnell Wright that is worth trading back for over Jalen Carter. But man, I think that's the first scenario that's happened tonight where I'm not a huge fan of.
I do have a question about Will Levis. If he does not go here to Tennessee, the slide is going to be real.
It's going to be real.
Because there is nobody till maybe the Bucks.
I mean, it's the Bucks. It's Seattle at 20.
Yep, Seattle at 20
Seattle
would be
20,
interesting as well. But yeah, I would be interested to see how far Will Levis slides if he is not the pick here for Tennessee at 11. Question out of TikTok: when do we see the Vikings trade up?
At this
do
point,
we see the Vikings trade up? I don't think they do.
I don't think so. Not at this point.
I think they're far more likely to trade back than up at this point.
Yeah, I would agree.
Another question from TikTok. A lot of people over on TikTok want JSN to fall to the Packers. What do we think about that? They're at 13 here. He's got to get past Detroit at 12. So it's either Detroit or Green Bay who has a shot at JSN. I am willing to say he's not going to be a Detroit Lion.
I don't think he's going to be a Lion. I don't think he's going to be a Packer either. I just think it's never what Green Bay does. And they have the argument this year to say, like, oh, we're supporting our quarterback. But they just don't do that. And sorry, Cam, we're going to barge in one more time. Detroit's a winner in this draft so far. Because you know who's going to be there at 12? Christian Gonzalez.
Oh, Christian Gonzalez has not gone off the board yet. So if this isn't Christian Gonzalez to Tennessee,
Christian Gonzalez is
Detroit's a massive winner.
Massive winner.
Man, that sucks. I really, 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 really want the Packers to take JSN. Just to give the middle finger to Aaron Rodgers of like, hey, we won't take a wide receiver when you're here.
It'd be so funny. It would be so funny.
We are currently on pick 11.
Breaking news. That was the sound that I just heard.
Monte Ossenfort, the Arizona Cardinals. I don't foresee that happening in terms of trading D-Hop.
Oh boy.
All this talk of DeAndre Hopkins being traded this offseason. Maybe not as available as everybody was making it out to be. Maybe a little bit more media driven than originally thought. So from Austin Ford himself, Arizona likely will not be trading DeAndre Hopkins.
So here's my question. Does that mean they think Kyler's going to be ready earlier than what we had originally thought? Right? Because you don't keep D-Hop unless Kyler's there. And maybe because they had the Texans first, they're not quite as worried about being a bad or tanking for next year. They're might as well do the best we can, keep the guys we got, try and make a run, even though they don't have the roster for it. That would be that would be the only reason you keep D-Hop. Otherwise, you got to get rid of him.
Let us know over on TikTok and YouTube and Twitter. Who do we think the pick is going to be here at 11 as Roger Goodell makes his way to the podium? So far, we haven't narrowed down to Will Levis or Christian Gonzalez because the Tennessee Titans do need help in the secondary. Let's be real. They were atrocious last year.
They have a lot of capital invested in the secondary. But I think none of them compare to Christian Gonzalez in terms of skill and production.
Who do we have Detroit picking then? Well, we'll let you know who we have Detroit picking because the Tennessee Titans selection is in. Roger Goodell is moseying on up to the podium as he stops to smell the fresh spring air in Kansas City.
I think this is either Will Levis or Peter Skoronski.
Yeah, I would not be surprised here. With the 11th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans have selected Peter Skoronski, tackle out of Northwestern. I do like this pick for the Tennessee Titans. They do need help on the offensive line.
And at guard, where Skoronski can be an all-pro within like the first 2 years. He's going to be so good at guard. And maybe they play him at tackle. Maybe they do. But they signed Andre Dillard. They picked Nicholas Petit-Frere last year. So they do have tackles. Skoronski plays guard. Oh, man. That's I kind of agree with Tennessee pushing the quarterback issue maybe to the next year. Maybe, though, this signals that they will be looking to trade into the back end of the first round to take another quarterback from Tennessee.
Hendon
Hooker.
I don't foresee that happening, but I have Hendon Hooker going to a different location in my mock draft. Mostly because I just want to get all the points possible for that.
A guy can dream.
So we all had, at this point, Tennessee trading up 2-3 with Arizona in our mock drafts.
Well, yeah. Go ahead. Keep going.
So we all had Will Levis, or not Will Levis. We all had the Titans trading up to 3 in our mock drafts. So the Cardinals would have been making this pick in our mock drafts. Who did we have them taking? I had Paris Johnson Jr. falling to them. So yours truly gets a point because a tackle was selected at pick 11.
I also have Paris Johnson and the 11th slot as well. So I also get a point.
I get 1 point as well. I have Broderick Jones. Let me just say, I have been 1 pick away on 5 different guys. Yeah. Over half of this draft, I've been 1 pick away on these. I had Skoronski go on the next pick. It's just ridiculous.
I had Skoronski going to the Houston Texans as well.
Well, you
at
know
12.
What
they will not be picking at 12. The Detroit Lions will go for a tie.
You know what I realized? So we all had Will Anderson going 2, and then we all had CJ Stroud to Tennessee at 3.
Wait, we all had who at 2?
Will Anderson. I heard Will Levis for whatever reason.
As they pan to him again on the national broadcast.
That's
Will
3.
Levis.
That's 3, folks.
The pick is in for the Detroit Lions.
We were all flip-flopped there. Had we had Will Anderson at 2, or CJ Stroud at 2. Oh, Jackson. Just the pick.
The pick is in. His Jackson's reaction, very shocked, makes me think it's not Christian Gonzalez.
Is it JSN? No.
I don't want to know. Don't ask. I want to be shocked. Christian Gonzalez seemed like the obvious pick here. Did it not? All of a sudden, we're getting shocked from Jackson. What in the world? The Lions.
Oh, it's going to be
with the 12th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. Is Jahmyr Gibbs.
I got to withdraw a trade.
Gibbs. What?
That's
you have
nuts.
DeAndre Swift. You went out and signed David Montgomery to money. And you have, who do you have playing? They went out and made some nice quarterback signings, but not good enough.
Wow.
You could put any of these dudes at edge. You could put Nolan Smith. You could put Lukas Van Ness. You could have any of these cornerbacks.
Christian Gonzalez was right there.
And you took Jahmyr Gibbs.
Wow.
What a monstrosity of a pick. I'm trying not to overreact right now. As a Vikings fan, well done, Detroit.
Yes.
From an NFL standpoint, stupidity. Stupidity. TikTok, Twitter, YouTube. What do y'all make of that pick?
Yeah, let us know.
Let us know. What do you make of that pick? Am I overreacting? Am I overreacting to this?
I will say this. I think this is the biggest shock of the draft. And we had Houston trade up, and then we had Arizona trade back up after trading down.
Wow. I had to go for a trade.
Monstrosity of a pick.
Oh my word.
What a monstrosity of a pick.
Did they even meet with Gibbs?
I had a trade out for Swift, and I had to go cancel that one quick because I am not dealing that with that.
Yeah. In TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, if you have a trade out for DeAndre Swift or David Montgomery even right now, go withdraw. And Jackson, you are a big winner tonight because you were targeting somebody.
I was just trying to trade for Monty, and the person said, let's wait till after the draft. And he would have got a first-round pick for me and some change. So he just lost that price has gone way down.
I don't know if that trade partner or that dance partner is watching our stream right now, but Kevin,
casually drops the name.
Wow, that's
bro,
tough beat.
Kevin is an absolute fool. We can call it what it is. I know I could say.
Let's just rip on him while we're
He told me that he had to leave at 8 p.m. Eastern time, and so I know he's not on right now. So I'll rip on him a little bit. But
so Jackson, what's consensus in the TikTok chat here? Are we overreacting to this, or is everybody else just as dumbfounded as we are?
No, everyone's pretty dumbfounded. Packers fans are very happy that the Lions are being Lions. Lions fans are saying, well, that's just us right there. So I think everyone's kind of shocked by this. I mean, you had two people. People are now thinking that Swift might be gone, that they might be moving on from him.
You got to.
I mean, yeah, DeAndre Swift, odd man out here.
He's going to be a trade piece at this point.
He's the odd man out here.
I will say
I'm appalled.
Watch for the Chargers to kind of throw out a fourth or something for DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, the DeAndre Swift is going to be an interesting trade target here as the pick is in for the Green Bay Packers at 13. So I had Peter Skoronski at 12. I had the Houston Texans still making this pick, but I had Peter Skoronski. So no dice for me in terms of our little mock draft game here. No points for me.
This pick, at 12, I had Skoronski.
Okay, Skoronski. We all had Skoronski at 12. He went to pick prior. With Jahmyr Gibbs going at 12 to the Detroit Lions. Player position. Trade does not match. No points for any of us.
No dice.
What do we think the options are for Green Bay here? Jaxon Smith-Njigba's on the board. Look, I have Dalton Kincaid. I mean, this draft has already been crazy. I thought I was sipping a little bit too much of the Green Bay Packers not drafting a wide receiver in the first round in how many years? I mean, the edge guys, Nolan Smith is still on the board. Lukas Van Ness. I mean, Tyler, you're higher on Myles Murphy than I think some in the NFL community are. But who do we think goes here to the Green Bay Packers? Because I have Dalton Kincaid, and I think it's a really likely possibility here. They did bring him in for a top 30 visit.
That's true. I think this is a trench pick because there is a need at either guard or tackle. We do have Broderick Jones still available. And if it's not a tackle, then I think it's an edge. And when you still have Nolan Smith, Lukas Van Ness, and Myles Murphy, I think this is really down between Nolan Smith and Myles Murphy because Green Bay likes to take edge rushers who were highly rated coming out of high school that didn't really have a whole lot of production or the right coaching in college. Rashawn Gary, does that name ring a bell?
Yep.
That's a Myles Murphy type of pick. That's a Nolan Smith kind of pick. Maybe this is I think Brian Branch has fallen out of a lot of first round mocks, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is a Brian Branch pick either.
There's a lot of options here. Dalton Kincaid is the 9th best player on Daniel Jeremiah's big board. I mean, Christian Gonzalez is still sitting there as well, but the pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. Sportsful and Kyle over on TikTok, Green Bay has Tunyon. They don't need Kincaid. Kincaid over Robert Tonyan 20 times out of 20.
Well, and Robert Tonyan is now on the Chicago Bears.
Yes.
He signed a 1 year with Chicago.
I have Michael Mayer going here, just for what it's worth.
I like Mayer more than Kincaid.
Oh,
but I like both.
I like Michael Mayer more than Kincaid as a prospect. Some people really love Dalton Kincaid, but I think if you're not going to pick a receiver here, but you still want an offensive weapon for Jordan Love, I think Kincaid is going to be the better receiving weapon than Michael Mayer will be. But Michael Mayer is like phenomenal. He's got great hands. He's got great ball skills. As Roger Goodell makes his way to the podium to announce the 13th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft for the Green Bay Packers.
I can tell you one thing: it won't be Michael Mayer because I picked him as well. So my new guess is
Lukas Van Ness.
I wasn't going to say that.
From Iowa. Sorry, I butted in as that came up on the screen. Lukas Van Ness, edge out of Iowa, goes to the Green Bay Packers at pick number 13. I had Lukas Van Ness mocked to the Packers and not my most recent mock draft, but my one that I had released roughly about 2 weeks ago now. And Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you have Lukas Van Ness going 13th in our mock draft over on TikTok?
I did.
Wow.
Drop a fall.
I did.
To my TikTok phone. You can go fact check him in the video where we released picks 11 through 20 in our mock draft.
Actually, no, I had.
You had Myles Murphy.
I had Myles Murphy.
You had Myles Murphy. Scratch
but it's
that.
an edge. It's an edge, and I have Myles Murphy here. Give me three. No,
one.
Try.
At least I'm not trying to argue edge of the defensive interior.
Are we even sure that he's an edge?
Oh, stop it! He's not. I'll tell you what. He's not an inside defensive lineman. I'll tell you that right now.
Is he a safety?
No.
Is he a wide receiver?
So, with that in mind, as we review our fun little game that we are playing here tonight, if you are on TikTok or YouTube or Twitter as well, if you're playing along with us, we are playing a little game. We're comparing mock drafts. We at one point, if we get the position of the player correct at the pick. So, for instance, Tyler, you had Myles Murphy going here to Green Bay, but the pick was Lukas Van Ness. But because they're both edge rushers, both edge position, you get 1 point for that.
I got uno punto.
However, if Tyler would have had Lukas Van Ness here, he would have gotten 3 points for it because he had the correct player. Big trade here. The Pittsburgh Steelers move up to 14 with the New England Patriots. And I'm willing to bet this is Broderick Jones.
I'm willing to bet this is Christian Gonzalez.
Oh, how do I keep forgetting he should have been off in the top 10? This could be Christian Gonzalez. This could very easily be Christian Gonzalez. Jackson is here with the information.
All right, here we are. I have the official trade details. That was released pretty fast.
That was really fast.
Patriots have traded pick 14 to the Steelers in return for pick 17 and 120.
Fair trade.
So to move up 4 spots, and you exchange a 4th round pick in the process. Not a bad deal for the Pittsburgh Steelers there. And if this is indeed Christian Gonzalez, that was worth trading up for.
What was the other pick, Jackson?
104, I believe.
120.
120. 1,000. So this pick is worth 1,100 points, and Pittsburgh is trading only 1,000 points.
Interesting.
So
classic New England Patriots, just making draft day mistakes.
Oh, don't talk like Belichick like that. Don't you do it.
Well, it does feel confusing, right? Because they're moving up 4 picks here for a 4th, and we just saw the Eagles move up 1 pick for a 4th. I was next year, but it does feel like New England could have got more out of this than they did there. But I guess I don't know. I did have the Steelers trading up, but I had them trading up to 12 with Houston. So I was 2 picks off of that.
I should say I see Christian Gonzalez, but I also see Broderick Jones. Totally do.
So here's my question. If I had the Steelers trading up to get a tackle, can I still get the point even though I was 2 picks off?
No, you cannot get the point for that. The pick is in for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Hey, also
at 14.
real quick, you want to pop up that Henry comment real quick?
Yes. Give me one
From
second
YouTube.
here over on YouTube. And the question is, why did the Packers pick a wideout at 13?
We
They're
say
the
this every
Packers.
single year. It's the Packers.
It's not what they do. It's not what they do.
They always take trenches first round. They always do. Or not even, I shouldn't even say trenches. It's always defense first round pick.
Yeah.
It's always defense.
Yep. It's defense first round. So again, we've touched on a little bit who this pick could be for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Again, Christian Gonzalez is still on the board. You have Broderick Jones still on the board. You've got look, I had them taking Deonte Banks at 17. Do they really think Deonte
Do they
Banks
trade
is
up for
gonna,
Joey Porter?
do they, yeah.
What do
How
you
serious
mean?
are you by
What
that?
do you mean? It's a family guy. It's the family name.
At any rate, let's quick make predictions here. I had Nolan Smith going to the Patriots here at 14. I am sad to say that probably won't be the pick. You're giggling over here. What are you giggling about?
Also, my buddy Seth, who I traded Tyler Algier in our Dynasty League for, he said, Tyler fleeced me. I didn't think the Falcons would be so freaking stupid. Should have known.
Jackson is fist pumping in the background. For those of you who don't know, Jackson is indeed a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. So he is, where's your terrible towel?
No!
Get that terrible towel.
terrible towel!
As the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jackson, I'll even let you get in on my frame here. With the 14th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, Jackson is very thrilled that the Pittsburgh Steelers are taking. Come on, Roger. They're taking Broderick
Jones.
They're taking Broderick Jones.
That's
tackle
I
out
love
of Georgia.
I love it.
I would say they would have had to trade up ahead of the Jets to make that pick because I do believe Broderick Jones was destined to be a Jet. I had him going at 15 the next pick.
I had Broderick Jones in the 14 slot, but to New England. So I got the player right.
So that's 3 points still.
That's 3 points.
Tyler's crushing it right now.
I had Broderick Jones going at 11, and I had Zay Flowers as
Zay
the
Flowers
first
to the
wide
Patriots here.
receiver off the board to the Patriots.
Which, I mean, that would make sense if that's what they are looking at is trade back because you know that Washington isn't going to take one. You know that the Jets won't take a receiver.
Yep.
If they take Zay
Breathe.
Flowers
You
at
can breathe.
17, I am going to lose my mind. I should deserve the points if they take Zay Flowers.
You deserve nothing.
The NFL hates me.
So, but anyways, oh my goodness, the Pittsburgh Steelers, they do get the desperate offensive line help that they need. They move up ahead of the New York Jets, who would be taking Broderick Jones there, which now raises the question: what do the Jets do at 15? Christian Gonzalez to pair with Sauce Gardner.
Oh.
Do they go reach down the board a little bit? Because this is where, in my mind, there's a tier break at the tackle position. We have all the top guys off the board. We have Darnell Wright. We have Paris Johnson Jr. off the board. We have Broderick Jones now off the board. Peter Skoronski off the board. Like Anton Harrison, I think probably will end up being a first-round pick. But does he go in the top 15? That I don't believe.
No.
And I think this is where the tier break is. So I'm not confident the Jets even go tackle here.
Now, here's a crazy theory that I have zero evidence for that I don't think will happen, but I just want to have some fun, okay? TikTok, don't roast me. YouTube, Twitter, don't roast me.
I'll roast you.
How much longer do we think Aaron Rodgers is playing for?
2 years.
8 games.
And they probably won't have a first next
They
year.
don't have a first next year.
Can I just throw out Will Levis, maybe?
No, Jackson, kick him out. He muted. 5-minute major.
I can't believe you'd say that.
5-minute
What?
major.
No, they got to try to win all this year. That's got to be their goal, right? They went all in, so they got to continue going all in. You don't plan. I just feel like you can't plan for the future if that's what you gave up for Rodgers. Ty, I understand your theory there. I understand where you're trying to go, but you're wrong.
thought it was
There
a
is
good
no way
theory.
they. This is like me saying JSN when the Eagles traded up, right? It's just
It's
it's like it's a
fine.
cute little idea, but it's never gonna happen.
I know. I
Will
acknowledged that before I said it, but
Yes, you
I
did.
just, a guy can dream.
I do want to go.
If Will Levis is the pick here, I deserve a 5-minute major for being so quick on
We-
the draw.
100%.
If Will Levis is the pick, we riot.
Yes,
They have Zach Wilson. Who are we kidding?
that's true. That's true. I mean, the same
They
person.
said, how many
Um,
Zach Wilsons can we accumulate on the same team? So far, we have 2. Anyways, Cameron, go for it.
I do want to go back because there was a lot of people questioning the Gibbs trade, and I understand.
Yeah.
We were too, obviously, but what we've heard is there were multiple teams, right or wrong. Obviously, we think wrong, that had Gibbs over Bijan. There were that was the report that came out. Obviously, we didn't think it had any validity because it's like Bijan's just so much better. But obviously, the Lions had to be pretty high on Gibbs in order to take him at 12. That's got to, for me, that's the only thing they could be thinking. But what is weird is why wouldn't you have traded Swift earlier? Because now you have no leverage to trade Swift.
You
You have no leverage at all.
I mean, he's like, he might be cut, before he's traded just because team. Why would a
They
team
won't be
give up
picking up
picks?
his option. That is confirmed.
Yeah, so it's
Well,
just it's interesting.
I think he plays he's on the team this year.
Yeah, he's got to be.
You can't draft him as far as I'm concerned. I
Yep.
mean, if you're going to take Jahmyr Gibbs with that kind of capital, that means Swift is the RB3 in that offense.
Yeah, Swift is untouchable this year now. You can't do anything with DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, he's got to be the equivalent of what J.D. McKissick was last year for the Washington Commanders.
Yep.
Yep, 100%.
Right, and it's going to be so annoying if you've had Swift because he was like the dynasty RB3 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
You thought you were sitting on a gold mine, and now you got a guy who can't even play.
Now there is a little bit of hope because Detroit has shown in the past that they're not afraid to use 3 running backs in a game, but when you are splitting the workload between 3 players, that is not a substantial enough workload to feel confident about on a fantasy team.
Mhm. Just to cruise through a few questions we got from TikTok. Let's quick recap. Devon Witherspoon ended up going at 5 to the Seattle Seahawks. Quick reactions on that pick. I think we all loved it.
Yep.
To pair Tariq Woolen in that secondary. They are working on rebuilding that Legion of Boom.
Yeah.
From a few years ago now.
Yeah. I give it an A-.
Yeah.
I know, again, if the way I was talking about Jalen Carter at 9, it absolutely would have made sense at 5. But Devon Witherspoon was your next best option, and again, him with Tariq Woolen is going to be dynamite.
Yeah.
And then let's do a quick little forecast as the Jets are taking their sweet time on the clock here.
They are.
I feel like they're trade. I feel like they're trying to find a trade partner.
That's what I'm thinking as well. If Broderick Jones wasn't there, they're probably looking to trade with a team that probably is looking to get Will Levis. Any team
Or a
that
wide
wants to
receiver.
trade up, or a guy
a
like
wide
Jaxon Smith-Njigba, and some of these dynamic offensive players. My guess is that they aren't going to find a trade partner. They're probably going to have to make this pick. But quick before that, as they have, all right, they're applauding, shaking hands. Looks like the pick may be coming in here shortly. But let's quick forecast to the Commanders the next pick. Options on the board there for them. Like I have them going cornerback. So there's still a Christian Gonzalez still on the board, who I did not expect to make it this far. The pick looks like it is in for the New York Jets, or there's a trade. I don't know how much digging you can do on that, Jackson, and find anything, but I'm very, very confused why the pick is not in and they're applauding behind the scenes for the
Someone
Jets.
made a good joke.
That's probably it. Hey, that was a good one, Al. Good one, Al. I don't know. Okay, so I sorry, I said we were going to forecast, but I'm like, there we go. The pick is in. Who do we think it is, though? I'm
looking at just
BPA?
pre-draft visits.
Christian Gonzalez.
I mean, you could
Just go BPA. He wasn't supposed to be here, so we'll take him.
Yeah.
Like that's where I'm leaning at this point. Like I don't think you should reach down and draft an Anton Harrison.
No.
You're looking at cornerbacks mostly. Like maybe you go wide receiver to pair with a Garrett Wilson, but why would you do that when you just brought in Alan Lazard and these are Rodgers guys? And I'm struggling to find the right player here.
They could bring in a Nolan Smith or a Myles Murphy if they want an edge rusher.
Nolan Smith is still on the board. Yep.
Someone that they've met with extensively during the pre-draft process was John Michael Schmitz, the center from Minnesota. They visited with him 4 times.
4. Oh my goodness! So
At the combine
could John Michael Schmitz make his way into the top 15 when he's not even in the first round of most mock drafts?
I think. I mean, I have him
You have
rated
him at 25.
I have him at 20. No, I don't have him in my mock, but I do have a first round grade on him. But I just think the center position is so devalued that no team will ever take center in the first round. But John Michael Schmitz, in my book, he was the better prospect than Linderbaum last year, and Linderbaum went 24. So there's an outside shot according to my grade, but I don't think that's a consensus grade in the slightest.
I'm so intrigued to see who they go with here.
Who's their corner other than Sauce?
Reed. DJ Reed.
Yes, DJ Reed.
And then they have Michael Carter as their slot corner, which they could try to upgrade over Michael Carter, but
yeah, I feel like you go edge.
Yeah, I mean, if Nolan Smith is on the board, I would not blame them in the least.
Myles Murphy too.
Myles Murphy.
I mean, if the NFL is truly higher on Nolan Smith than the media is, then this is probably about as far as Nolan Smith should slot.
But they didn't apparently, according to what I'm looking at, they didn't meet with Nolan Smith or Myles Murphy. So again, that's not an end all be all. That's not gospel, but we'll see.
So here comes the Jets selection. Roger Goodell is bringing out a little buddy who's hyping up the crowd.
Same kid that made the comment, someone asked him at the press conference yesterday, or when they were the day before introducing Rodgers, they had a reporter go, "Oh, what position do you think the Jets should draft?" And he's like, "Well, we don't need a quarterback." It's like, you're not wrong.
Said, let's go. We don't need a quarterback because he's fist pumping on the stage.
Yeah.
I'm looking to introduce my man here. He's looking real nice in a nice gray suit with a nice Jets green tie there. The NFL Network won't tell me who it is, though. This is what I would like to have volume on for, but then you would hear it in our streams, and we don't want that mucking anything up.
No.
TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, who do we think the pick is here at 15 for the Jets? Maybe you've had it spoiled for you already, but drop it in the comments. Who do you think the pick is here for the New York Jets? I mean, I think we're all leaning at this point. I still don't know who it's going to be. Kyle Stickles from Make-A-Wish Foundation. He is announcing the Jets pick here at 15. Maybe.
Hype up the crowd.
Someday he's hyping up the crowd.
Gotta be.
He's taking advantage. And here we go with the 15th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. Nope, he's still talking. He's using all of his stage time, man. Good for him. Will McDonald, edge rusher from Iowa State, finds his way into the top 15.
Wow.
Will McDonald, I mean, he was one where a lot of analysts were saying he could slide in at the end of the first round. But you had Nolan Smith on the board.
You have Nolan Smith, Myles Murphy. I had Will McDonald graded as an early second, so I don't mind him going in the first because he's got some bend that you just don't see. But I feel like you could have traded back from 15 and still gotten Will McDonald.
Yeah,
I'm going to be honest.
And I'm sure that's what they were waiting to find the trade partner for. I'm sure that's exactly why they took up the whole time and tried to make sure they found someone who could trade up to 15. Because, yeah, you could have gotten Will McDonald after pick 20. Mm-hmm. Let's be honest. You could have gotten Will McDonald with a team like the Seattle Seahawks if they wanted to trade back up. With the Minnesota Vikings, they really want to trade up.
Yeah.
But the slide continues. Quarterback Will Levis.
We haven't seen him on our screen. So
we haven't seen him on the screen. So I'm thinking he might slide a long ways. After we saw 3 quarterbacks go in the first 4 picks. Will Levis has taken quite the slide. So to review, go ahead, Cameron. You were going to add something there.
It's also surprising no wide receivers yet, right? We were starting to hear some hype. They could sneak close top 10, top 15, top 12, and haven't seen one yet. So it'll be a little bit.
New England has been very, very intrigued with JSN in the draft process, so that could be what they're looking at. I would not be surprised, though, if JSN is there at 20 for Seattle. Imagine JSN in that offense. You can see JSN in Baltimore. If D-Hop is not for trade anymore, according to Monty Austinfort.
You got to
We will see.
Oh, I was just saying, you got to think if a team wants JSN that's not the New England Patriots, they're making a trade right here. Right.
But the pick is in for the Washington Commanders, excuse me.
So I guess they're risking,
This feels like Nolan Smith.
This feels like could be a Nolan Smith if they're not bringing back Chase Young. This could be Nolan Smith. I have Emmanuel Forbes here. They need dynamic plays on defense. They need dynamic plays. I believe they were 28th in turnovers on defense last year. And Emmanuel Forbes is a ball hawk. He is a playmaker on defense. He gets you turnovers. He makes things happen. So I like Emmanuel Forbes here now with Deonte Banks still on the board, with Christian Gonzalez still on the board. This could easily be a Christian Gonzalez pick as well.
I'm going to take a 30-second stretch break, and I encourage you to do so the same if you are sitting down, because
I'm not, because I got to keep this thing running.
Well, thank you, host.
I'll have to take my 30-second stretch break soon. But so, Cameron, who do you have going 16 here to the Commanders?
I had Myles Murphy, so I'm going to still a possibility. I just don't see Christian Gonzalez falling anymore. Maybe.
I'm really curious to hear the reasoning behind that.
Yeah.
Why Christian Gonzalez was a lock in almost every mock draft. You saw that he was going to be a top 10 pick, and all of a sudden he's out of the top 15.
Yeah, he's falling fast.
So the pick is already in for the Commanders. If I'm them, this is we're looking at corner anyways. Let's Christian Gonzalez. Why are we wasting our time with this pick? So that would be my guess here, is that they do go cornerback.
He's still on the board.
Christian Gonzalez. I told you.
This is the pick.
Have you not been listening to me as you're over there stretching?
No, it's my inner Unagi.
Your earpiece is still in. I'm talking to you right here.
It's my inner Unagi, okay?
You got to
giving Taylor a hard time.
You got to imagine, though, if Christian Gonzalez is not the pick, if they went with someone like an Emmanuel Forbes, there's got to be something the media
There's got to be something on Christian Gonzalez that the media did not pick up. I don't know what it would be at this point.
I know. Man. I think the draft's really about to start getting interesting here, though, with 17 with New England.
Right. Yeah. Well, the tail end of the draft is going to be a lot of fun. Yes. I think we're going to have it's going to pick up the pace a little bit. Could even see some teams start to trade back into the first round with teams that want to trade out. But Cameron, who do you have them? Washington taking here at 16?
I have Myles Murphy.
You have Myles Murphy, Tyler from afar. Oh, it looks like he's coming back down to join us again. Who do you have Washington taking here at 16?
I had Lukas Van Ness.
He had Lukas Van Ness. So I'm the only one who had Washington taking a cornerback here.
Because I thought Christian Gonzalez was going to be off
the board. Well, everybody thought Christian Gonzalez was going to be off the board a lot sooner. Those of you over on TikTok, who do you think the pick is going to be for the Washington Commanders here? Drop your picks.
For
Will Levis. Will Levis, our guy. Our guy, Will Levis. He's got Minnesota Vikings written across his forehead. He went to the tattoo parlor earlier today. Flexed his biceps, put Minnesota and Vikings on one. I don't actually want the Vikings to draft him, but that's what I feel like is going to happen. That's what I feel like is going to happen.
So let's.
No, we're not going to unpack that. We have a little bit to get there.
Fine.
We have a bit to get there, but
I do want to apologize to TikTok real quick. I don't know if that picked it up, but we have a storm rolling in Florida right now, and I just got a little scared by that thunder right there. So if it picked it up for you, I am sorry. That's what it was. It was not
get that man a weighted blanket for some comfort.
That gave me a little shock. I was not ready for that.
Some sound deadeners.
Commander's pick is in. Roger Goodell is taking a nice stroll, breathing in the beautiful Kansas City night air. I hate it. Move with some pace. With the 16th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, if the Washington Commanders don't select a cornerback here, I will be in shambles. Their secondary needs help. It's Emmanuel Forbes!
Wow.
It is Emmanuel Forbes, the cornerback from Mississippi State, ahead of Christian Gonzalez. He continues to slide. What is wrong with Christian Gonzalez? I will gladly take my 3 points here for Emmanuel Forbes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I will gladly take my 3 points. I had Emmanuel Forbes
That's
at this
crazy.
pick to the Washington Commanders. TikTok. I'm going to put TikTok up to this. We got 120 or so of you all hanging out. I can't see that number from here. We got about 100 and something of you all hanging out here. Someone go dig up what in the world is wrong with Christian Gonzalez. And as those comments come in, Jackson will start filtering them to us of what the case may be. Because I can't believe he's still on the board here at 17. He could fall out of the top 20. And Christian Gonzalez was supposed to be a top 10 pick. Something is wrong with the physicals. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Either we misevaluated or the pick is already in for the New England Patriots.
I feel
Christian
like
Gonzalez might be my pick here.
It's got to be. It's got to be. That quick? They must be freaking out right now.
It's either them or Jaxon Smith-Njigba would be my guess.
Maybe even Nolan Smith.
Well,
interesting. So from TikTok, yeah, this is a really good one. Thanks for those of you on TikTok who put this in. Christian Gonzalez is this year's Nakobe Dean. I love that. I love that comparison.
Which is so weird. I mean, like Nakobe Dean had, I'm not going to say legitimate reasons why he was falling, but he was so undersized for a middle linebacker position that it kind of made sense why he was going to fall. And then he had a spotty injury history. I don't know if Christian Gonzalez had that, though.
Here it is. As Roger Goodell makes his way to the podium. This was quick from the Patriots.
It's got to be Gonzalez.
With the 17th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Christian Gonzalez, cornerback from Oregon. His slide stops at 17. I mean, that's a win for New England.
That's a win.
That's a win for New England. I mean, maybe we'll see how it turns out. Maybe he just made his slide so far that, like, for some reason or another, I can't figure out what it would be. Again, yeah, TikTok, if you find anything on something we may have missed, anybody in the NFL community may have missed on Christian Gonzalez and why he slid from being a top 10 pick to outside of the top 15, if someone lets us know, I mean, that would be phenomenal because I can't figure out what in the world it is. I will take a point, though, because I had Deonte Banks to Pittsburgh here at 17, so I'll take a point for having a cornerback.
I had Joey Porter here at 17 to Pittsburgh, so I also get a point.
I had Houston.
Per Jackson, you get none.
I had Houston trading back to pick Hendon Hooker here, so I got nothing. This was my wild card trade.
Just a bit outside.
So let me explain it though, right? Because every single year it feels like we have a quarterback taken too early. I figured if there was a team that was going to do it, it'd be the Houston Texans. So that was why I made that pick. I don't think Hendon Hooker should be the 17th pick overall.
No, I would agree with you. This is interesting now what the Lions do with 18, though. Actually, you know what I should do? We all said we claimed a point. For those of you who are still watching on TikTok or YouTube or Twitter and may not be familiar with what in the world we're talking about, are we still get a point? We're doing a little head-to-head action where the winner, whoever accumulates the most points, gets a little bit of exclusive FaceTime on the next podcast for the Fantasy Football Fellas. If you haven't subscribed to the podcast already, we're on wherever you can get your podcast from. Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. Make sure you subscribe there. You'll be notified of the weekly episodes we drop. We'll be dropping 2 a week starting this upcoming week now after the NFL draft. And subscribe to us on YouTube as well. We release the video form of those there as well. But so we get 1 point in our head-to-head mock draft. We get 1 point if the player that was picked at the position or at the draft pick, if their position matches. I explained that super poorly. So I'm going to use Emmanuel Forbes at 16 as an example. I had Emmanuel Forbes going to the Washington Commanders. So because he was a cornerback, if somebody like Deonte Banks went there instead, I'd only get 1 point because they were both cornerback and I had Washington taking a cornerback. So I'll get 1 point for that. But because I had the correct player as well at the same position, I get 3 points. But then if you predict a trade, you get 5 points. So far, we've had nobody hit on trades. It has been a bunch of 1s and 3s. Currently, I am in the lead. I have 16 points. Tyler has 13, and Cameron bringing up the rear hasn't hit double digits yet. He is at 9.
I've been getting screwed.
You've been close on quite a few picks. I want to move on to the Lions here at 18, though. They are on the clock. I had them taking Lukas Van Ness here, edge out of Iowa. This would be a sneaky good pick if they take a Nolan Smith instead, who I had going earlier.
I love Nolan Smith here, but in my mock draft, I had them taking Dalton Kincaid.
I could see that as well.
I had them taking him too, but I had Michael Mayer.
Kincaid?
I have Michael Mayer gone before. I think Mayer might be the more likely pick if they go tight end.
The more Detroit pick.
Yes.
I mean, but let's be honest. Like Jahmyr Gibbs at 12, this could be a team that's just loading up on offense to take advantage of miserable secondaries, miserable defenses in the NFC North.
Would agree.
Now we'll see how that pans out for them because that was kind of their strategy last year as well as poor defense and try and tear people apart on offense. But that come from TikTok.
Yes, it did.
Lions taking Zach Charbonnet at this rate. I love that. I love that.
Whoever said that needs to become an NFL draft analyst right now because they are predicting the stupid that happens in the draft, and that was A+. That was A+.
Also got a nice comment here as well. You should get some Fantasy Football Fellas beer koozies. Can I spoil a little something? Can I spoil a little something that we found out today? Can I do that live?
You can do live.
Can I do it live?
We're in commercial right now.
You can do whatever you want.
Lions, Fantasy Football Fellas are going to go under a little bit of rebranding here soon. We got some pretty, dare I say, dope designs from a little friend of ours over on Fiverr. Not a sponsor.
Shout out though.
We're going to go under some rebranding soon. And I'm so excited. Looks so much better than what we got out now. And I love our FFF. I'll get some beer. They say we should get some Fantasy Football Fellas beer koozies. We can make that happen. If you're over on TikTok, you buy a Fantasy Football Fellas beer koozie. Give us some love in the chat. Put a dub in the chat if you buy a Fantasy Football Fellas beer koozie. I would.
I hope you would.
I get them for free. Who am I kidding? We put our new branding on there and everything. We're excited to reveal that too. That'll be fun.
I love
the
it.
pick is in for the Detroit Lions at 18. Let's go. Let's get back to the Lions here. We talked about edge rushers here. We talked about Nolan Smith. Is there any other possibilities on the board here for the Detroit Lions? I would really like not Lukas Van Ness. He was taken by the Green Bay Packers. Nolan Smith. I think this would be a home run pick here for them. But what other options could we be looking at potentially?
I like Joey Porter Jr. or Deonte Banks.
Yep. They didn't get the Christian Gonzalez pick. They got sniped there. Imagine if they would have gotten Christian Gonzalez still at 18.
I mean, that kind of makes up for Gibbs at 12, but not really.
Have to do a lot more to make up for Gibbs at 12.
Someone that they seem to be higher on than a lot of other people, and I don't know if this is smoke at this point, but if they reach for, I shouldn't say reach. No, they did reach for Gibbs. They reached for Gibbs. If they're in the market of reaching, Bryan Bresee has been a name that's been floated around.
Yeah.
So if you're looking to reach again, no better reach than Bryan Bresee.
Yeah, I actually don't mind that. Cameron, any other options you think are on the board here for the Lions?
I'm looking tight end, but man, it feels like they're gonna do something nuts. Some guy we're not even considering, some guy way out there. It's just like this feels like it's got to be a Dan Campbell type pick, right? Someone hard nosed, someone high energy. But it also feels like it could be someone just way out of left field that we're just like.
Could this be Will Levis?
I don't think so. It could. This one is more likely than the last time
you said load up on offense, and there's no better way to load up on offense than getting your future quarterback.
This one's closer than the Jets. I'll give you that.
Yeah, that's true. The Jets was 480 center field deep.
Is lagging here? Are we frozen?
We might be.
We're lagging a little bit here. Our live stream is lagging here of the draft. We'll have to see if we can get that back. Hopefully the pick hasn't been made yet. If it has, the pick probably has been made. But
Producer Jackson, backup. We need backup.
yeah, I don't know what's going on here. We're a little bit lagging on our
What the
YouTube
heck?
live stream here. Uh-oh.
Unbelievable.
Do I need to announce the pick? I might risk spoiling the pick here. That's the issue.
I think we go for it.
Rap Sheet has reported it already. I don't know if it's been officially announced yet. This is bad. We're scrambling here. We're scrambling.
TikTok said it has not been announced yet.
It has not been announced yet. Appreciate that, TikTok. Thank you.
Should we
We're
let
trying to figure
TikTok
out our
break
live
this
stream
one?
situation here. Say it again, Cameron.
Said, should we just let TikTok break this one?
Yeah. Once TikTok, once the pick is announced, if we're not here, if I'm not saying with the 2020,
Nope, it's been announced.
It's been announced. All right, TikTok. What do we got here? I cannot see the screen from where I'm
They're
at.
saying Jack Campbell, linebacker from Iowa.
My word!
What are we? Detroit.
Wow, Detroit.
Eminem's ashamed of you right now. What
Jack-
are we doing?
Hold on. Jack Campbell is great. He is a very good football player. But what are we doing here? What are we
Jack
doing?
Campbell, no relation to Dan Campbell. Just want to point that
Just
out.
gotta
Some
point it
people
out.
are
Make it
confusing that
clear.
on Twitter.
Got to make it clear.
Oh my god.
Oh no, we don't want that. We don't want that coverage.
Detroit. Biggest, fattest of L's. TikTok. Let's get
L's.
L's in the chat. YouTube, Twitter, L's in the chat. L's in the
Look.
chat for Detroit, man.
Again, look, Jack Campbell. Here's the thing. Again, Jack Campbell, very good football player. He's going to fit well with Detroit. Remind me though, what pick they picked up though in the trade when they traded down to 12? Wasn't that pick 34?
Yes.
Arizona's original second round pick. Jack Campbell would have been there at 34.
Yeah.
Jack
The
Campbell
pick is
would have
already
been
in for
there
the
at
Tampa Bay
34.
Buccaneers. They wasted no time with this pick.
I mean,
Wait
there
for-
always
oh,
seems
yeah.
to be a linebacker that goes round one. Always, without fail. Detroit could have traded back from 18.
Yes, Detroit did get 34. In return.
You could have taken Jack Campbell at 34. Wow.
Detroit is having the worst drafts I may have ever experienced.
All right,
There we go.
Tampa's pick is in.
Todd Bowles is hanging up the phone. The pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. What are we
Will
thinking
Levis. Will Levis.
Yeah.
This
I
is
think
Will Levis.
here? This could be a Will Levis pick here. I have Anton Harrison, offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. But yeah, this could easily be a Will Levis, a big arm guy. Get the future in here. They only have Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask on the roster. And there another
There's
shot.
five.
Boy!
That's five. That's five.
Our boy Will Levis.
That's
Classy.
Does the slide stop here for Will Levis?
Looks like
TikTok, YouTube, Twitter. Does the slide stop here for Will Levis?
It
Does he
has
get
to.
drafted by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Cam's favorite team.
Brian Branch.
Brian
I
Branch
love
is
that
a
fit.
possibility here
I
as
love
well.
that fit.
Who did we all have in our mocks?
I had Bijan.
I had Anton Harrison, as I mentioned.
I had Tampa Bay trading back, so I have JSN in this spot going to the Chargers, but I had Tampa
Interesting.
taking Brian Branch 2 picks later.
Yeah, you were going for pure pandemonium tonight, weren't you?
Because I was thinking that the Chargers might try to trade ahead to make sure that Baltimore is not going to take that pick.
Which is fair. That's a fair thought.
By the way, Will Levis has met with the Buccaneers at the combine and on a private visit.
So this could very easily be Will Levis. This is a shocker. This is, according to Jackson, our sound producer, this is a shocker with the 19th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Calijah Kancey
Love this.
out of Pittsburgh.
Love this.
This is great.
Wow.
I absolutely love this pick as well.
I did not think I had Kancey going 28 to Cincinnati.
I had him going 29 to New Orleans.
26 to Dallas.
Yeah, I Calijah Kancey is a very good football player. He's very comparable to Aaron Donald based on athleticism. DJ has Ed Oliver like that also. I just did not think Tampa was going to go defensive interior with this pick, but it makes sense for Tampa to do so. And
shut up. Sorry, not Tyler. Jackson. Shut up.
No, that's what Rap Sheet said. He said at 19, they pick him. Is he the next Aaron Donald? This is a real thing Rap Sheet just said. So
I mean,
maybe they have some high hopes. Maybe he knows some things. They have some big plans.
I'll pull up the RAS on him because.
Well, let me just say before you do that,
he's the one.
He's from Pittsburgh and undersized.
I'm not sure.
He's from Pittsburgh and undersized. I feel like that's where it's coming from.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We can't throw out reckless comps like that. All the respect in the world.
Played a game.
All the respect in the world, but you're not comparing someone to arguably the greatest defensive tackle of all time the moment they're drafted. That's reckless. And
that's a clickbait tweet by Rap Sheet.
Yeah, that's sloppy and clickbait worthy. Nolan Smith. Yeah, question from TikTok. Is Nolan Smith coming soon? He's got to be.
He's got to be.
He's got to. I don't know how much farther he falls.
I feel like he's a Baltimore pick.
This is a Seattle pick. That's a Seattle pick. And the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock.
Yeah.
I got him at number 20 to the Seahawks right here. This is my pick.
So TikTok and YouTube and Twitter. Here are the athletic scores for Aaron Donald compared to Calijah Kancey. Calijah Kancey has 2-inch, has shorter arms by 2 inches. They are both 6'1". They are both around 280, 285. Aaron Donald benched 35 though, so this is that's probably the one biggest thing because Calijah Kancey did not bench. 40-yard dashes, 4.67 for Kancey, 4.69 for Donald. 20-yard split, 2.69, 2.73. 10-yard split, 1.58, 1.63, and those are what matters more than a 40 is the split times because that shows bursts off the offensive or off of the line of scrimmage. Kancey had a 33.5-inch vertical. Donald had 32. Broad jump 9 feet 4 inches, 9 feet 8 inches for Donald. 4.36 shuttle, 4.39 shuttle, 7 flat 3 cone, and a 7.11 3 cone for Donald. It's identical, but
reckless
because again, Calijah Kancey has played how many NFL games? Kim, can you remind me how many NFL games?
Count them on one hand for me.
0.
See, so we can't put the Aaron Donald label on a guy like Kancey. We can talk about it in terms of athleticism. I would accept that, but don't expect a body of work like Aaron Donald with Calijah Kancey unless he proves it.
Interesting that Seattle is taking their time here with this pick. There's still 3.5-ish minutes left on the clock. There's a handful of guys here I still like. I like Nolan Smith here. I think that could be a great pick. I wouldn't be surprised if they go wide receiver here. Jaxon Smith-Njigba has made quite the slide. I wouldn't be surprised.
Can I say it?
Yeah.
Will Levis.
Stop.
Hendon Hooker.
That is who I have at pick 20 here to the Seattle Seahawks is Hendon Hooker.
I had JSN in my mock.
I have to give credit to our friends over at Underdog Fantasy for this one, Josh Norris and Hayden Winks. They did a live stream finalizing their mock for this year's draft at like 1 a.m. last night. If you want to play with us over on Underdog Fantasy, by the way, promo code fellas, it will instantly match your first deposit up to $100 when you do. You can come play fantasy football with us this year, and they have a ton of great pick'ems over there as well as their form of player prop. So we're excited to be partnering with them. But this is a bonus pick for Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm paraphrasing what Josh Norris said on their live stream. This is a bonus pick for Seattle. They got their guy at 5. They got Devon Witherspoon. They got him at 5. This is a bonus pick. You could trade back with this pick. They could have traded up, but like if you're Seattle, who are you trading up for? Like you could have traded up for one of these edge guys, but a lot of them are here at 20 to you, the Nolan Smiths of the world, right? Why would you not ensure your quarterback position for the foreseeable future now that you have Geno Smith locked up for a year? And I think a guy like Hendon Hooker would fit phenomenal in the Seattle Seahawks offense that wants to have an efficient passing attack, limit the turnovers, and run the freaking crap out of the football. That is Hooker. That is Hendon Hooker. I would love the fit here, not because I have him in my mock, not because I think Hendon Hooker is probably worth being a top 20 pick, but because this is a bonus pick. This is a luxury pick for Seattle, so it's probably going to be a reach. It's probably going to be the guy they have up on their board, who they want to have the best fit for their team. And I think that could be Hendon Hooker, as they have a minute and a half left on the clock. Any other thoughts on who Seattle could take here? But there are a few wide receiver questions we should answer because they are falling here. And if Seattle doesn't take one, we're getting to the range where a lot of these late round picks or these late round teams are going to be gifted some really talented pass catchers.
I think Seattle could really go anywhere with this pick. I mean, let's start with Will Levis. They could go JSN, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers. They could go Kincaid, Michael Mayer. They could go John Michael Schmitz. They could go Nolan Smith, Myles Murphy. They could go Bryan Bresee. They're probably not taking the secondary because they took Devon Witherspoon, but they really can go anywhere with this pick. And I think they are going to look defense again, because that was the one thing that brought them down last year was defense.
And yeah, I think they're far more likely to stack up on defense this year than they are to go draft a quarterback. Yet I have them drafting Hendon Hooker here, but I didn't think Nolan Smith would still be on the board for them. And the pick is in for the Seahawks at 20.
I feel like they wanted to trade out.
They did. They spent nearly the entire clock, and I feel like they did want to trade out
because again they are in the position where they can take like any of like 8 to 10 players, trade down, but no teams are calling the bluff and just said no.
You can gladly take Hendon Hooker.
You can gladly take Jaron Hall. Actually,
it's going to be crazy though. There is a potential of 4, maybe even 5 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, maybe even 2 quarterbacks that could go in these last 11 picks. Like it could be.
It's going to be an offensive heavy end of this draft, I think.
But then we also have Joey Porter, Deonte Banks is still there, right? Bryan Branch. I mean, Nolan Smith, like we've been saying, there's a lot of guys still there on defense. So it's going to be really interesting. And we could definitely be seeing a couple of trades here, in these last couple of picks.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where guys like Jordan Addison, Jaxon Smith-Njigba end up. Kansas City, like they're going to be. They might be gifted a wide receiver. I do have them taking Jordan Addison in my mock draft. I don't think the Ravens end up taking a wide receiver. They seem pretty sold on cornerback.
And not just that they're sold. They need corner.
Yeah.
They need corner.
I have them taking Joey Porter Jr. We'll get to that in a little bit. As hopefully Roger Goodell is moseying his way on up to the stage. They're zooming in on it. Nope, they're just going to go back to Daniel Jeremiah and Charles Davis and Rich Eisen. I'm just going through some of the TikTok comments here. Keep it coming. We're getting to them, y'all. I believe this. We'll see with the Vikes coming up soon here. I mean, again, we're talking about these wide. Seahawks selection. Here we go. I will hold on that question as Roger Goodell brings a few friends along with him up to the podium to announce the pick for the Seattle Seahawks. I truly don't know who this pick is going to be.
I don't either.
I feel like I've had a good grasp on what these other teams could be using their picks on. I mean, granted, I wasn't expecting Detroit to pick Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. I wasn't expecting them to pick frickin' linebacker
Jack Campbell.
Thank you, out of
Iowa.
Thank you. All I could think was Iowa State, and that wasn't right. Out of Iowa. I don't know who this could be. I'm not going to be shocked whoever it is. That's kind of my feeling on this pick. While Roger is chatting about his friend up on the stage here, y'all, if you're on TikTok, drop your prediction for the Seattle Seahawks pick down the comments below.
Or who it is, because we're behind.
Or we are behind as well. If you know who it is, drop it down there.
Oh my.
You'll show us. Cameron.
Can I say it?
No, don't.
It's on the ESPN.
Jaxon Smith-Njigba to the Seattle Seahawks.
What a trio. 3. That's 3 points for you, boy.
You had Jaxon Smith-Njigba.
I had Jaxon Smith-Njigba.
I had him going next to the Los Angeles
Dude,
Chargers.
Geno Smith. Oh,
That's
what
crazy.
a situation to be in.
I mean, I'm surprised Jaxon Smith-Njigba even fell this far. But now you have your Tyler Lockett replacement as he's starting to get up there in age.
Yep.
You now have your guy who's probably going to play almost all of his time from the slot. You can flex him on the inside, outside a little bit. There's a lot of versatility in this offense all of a sudden. You have Ken Walker in the backfield. You still have DK Metcalf, who's plenty young. You're giving Geno Smith no opportunity to fail.
You're really not. Oh, geez.
We got breaking news?
No breaking news.
Just
I tried to trade for Metcalf a while ago. They said, no, it's too high. I wonder about that.
Dude, all DeAndre Swift, David Montgomery,
He dodging
DK
all them bullets.
Metcalf owners are just down bad after tonight.
He's
Yep.
dodging bullets.
I'm struggling right now. I had DK in 4 out of my 5 dynasty leagues, so we're feeling it a little bit.
Feeling it. I mean,
little.
Okay, but here's what we need to talk about. We need to talk about this from a fantasy perspective now because I think we all agree this is not a bad move by the Seattle Seahawks.
No.
This is actually
No.
a really nice pick by the Seattle Seahawks. What is it? Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf. What are we doing with them now?
I think JSN affects Tyler Lockett more than it affects DK Metcalf.
Yes.
And I think all three can be relevant this year in fantasy, but JSN, the hopes for JSN to be kind of the I shouldn't say sneaky, but the rookie wide receiver that gets the most fantasy production, I think is going to be out the window now. But he is still I'm thinking about this in a dynasty draft. In a regular dynasty rookie draft, I should say, not a super flex.
Mm-hmm.
Is he the 103 now? Or is he still the 103? Is he still a top 3 pick in drafts?
Well, I still think so. I think the talent is separated between, but here's the crazy thing: is you're going to have people in dynasty leagues where if Jordan Addison goes to a team like Kansas City Chiefs, you're going to have people who are saying take Jordan Addison ahead of JSN,
Yes.
and I will say I still think the talent of Jaxon Smith-Njigba wins out. I think we just have to start acknowledging talent
Yes.
over opportunity or
Have
not
to.
opportunity landing spot in fantasy football dynasty drafts.
Unless
We saw that last year with Sky Moore, who's being drafted ahead of Jahan Dotson plenty of places.
Yeah.
I think we have to start betting on talent more than we are on landing spot specifically.
the only time that you let landing spot dictate your pick is if the talent is the same.
Yeah.
That's the only time. Again, Jahan Dotson went after Sky Moore in a lot of rookie drafts. And now we look back on it, we're like, well, that was dumb because Jahan Dotson was the better player.
Right.
Mhm.
But if Sky Moore was more like Jahan Dotson, then there's an argument. So it still stays true for JSN and any of these wide receivers that go elsewhere at this point, in my opinion. JSN's the better talent. He should still be the first wide receiver taken in a rookie draft and really any redraft draft that you have. In terms, if you're looking rookie wide receiver, JSN needs to be the one.
I also think it's worth mentioning Tyler Lockett will be 31 2 weeks into the season, right? So you look a year down the road, 2 years down the road, it's probably going to be DK and JSN. So that's something else to keep in mind. And also, I mean, we're looking at these rookie picks. Gibbs I don't think is a lock to go 102 or 103 even anymore.
Not at this
point. People are
No.
going to be a little scared off there.
We're being skeptical of Jahmyr Gibbs.
And
Please
do not have this conversation of how is Tyler Algier going to affect Bijan. We had it last year with Breece Hall. Let's not do it again this year.
We're not doing it again. We're not doing it again. The pick is in for the Chargers at 21.
What are some of these other TikTok questions?
Yeah. So we have. I want to recap this because thoughts on the Jets pick, Will McDonald at 15. That has been asked a few times now. I just want us to recap that fairly quick. What do we think of that pick? They took so long on the clock. I don't think they wanted to make that pick, but Will McDonald was probably the highest guy on their board. Therefore, they went ahead and took him because they couldn't find a trade partner. Those are my thoughts. I don't hate the pick. I don't necessarily. I just with a guy like Nolan Smith on the board, athletic freak. I think I would have rather gone him over Will McDonald, but apparently the Jets really like him.
Go ahead, Cam.
Yeah, I think it's like a Robert Saleh pick. I think he's going to have the biggest influence on how this defense is run. And he just must have seen something in Will McDonald's game that he liked over the rest of the edge rushers. Right? Nolan Smith's a little smaller. Maybe he wants a bigger guy. There's a lot of different factors I think play into that. But like Lukas said, he must have just been the top guy on their draft board. And they're like, well, we can't trade it, so we got to pick him.
Interesting to see what the Chargers do here with 21. I saw a lot of buzz around Michael Mayer here in recent mock drafts from guys like Daniel Jeremiah from Lance Zierlein. I saw a lot of Michael Mayer buzz. Peter Schrager as well, I believe, had Michael Mayer here at 21 to the Chargers. I had Jaxon Smith-Njigba. He obviously was just picked. This feels like it could be a Dalton Kincaid or Michael Mayer. This is about the range where I think they should start falling, and the Chargers are about to make their selection. So quick, who do you think the pick is here from each of you with about hardly any explanation?
Wide receiver.
Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison, or neither?
Flowers.
I'm going to go ballsy and say Quentin Johnston.
Okay.
Even though I don't agree with it, I'm just going to go wild.
As Roger Goodell moseys on up to the stage.
You're joking.
With the 21st pick, the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Quentin Johnston, wide receiver from TCU. I am not speechless. I really don't like this pick.
I'm confused.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm confused.
I'm
more than I
confused.
am disappointed. I'm going to step away because your boy also needs a stretch break. So Tyler, why don't you tell the people why you're confused? And Cameron, you can contribute your thoughts then as well.
So I will start off by saying this. I think this pick is a long-term game pick because there was talk about Keenan Allen being a cap casualty this year. Mike Williams' injury history has not been super great for the Chargers in recent history. So you're getting a wide receiver 3 who can develop into a wide receiver 2 to play either alongside Keenan Allen or Mike Williams. The thing that I'm confused about is I just don't see where Quentin Johnston fits in this offense, if that makes sense. Like, I think Jordan Addison and Zay Flowers were much better fits for them, but I get it's size and speed, and that's kind of what the Chargers have always kind of done is they've put a priority and an emphasis on size on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
But then it goes back to this point that I have with Quentin Johnston is that it just feels like he's not a wide receiver that plays like a big wide receiver the size that he has. And I'm more confused. And there were rumblings, I will say, that the Chargers were higher on Johnston than some of the other teams in the draft. I just still can't. I'm struggling to wrap my head around.
I agree. It's just this team needed speed at the wide receiver. They needed someone to take the top off because you have Justin Herbert. You already have a big body guy in Mike Williams, who you have to pay at least $13 million this year and at least $13 million next year, even if you cut him. Right? That's his cap is $13 million this year. His cap is $32 million next year, and if you cut him, you're still paying him $12 million.
Right?
It doesn't make sense. Obviously, I have a little extra feeling because I have like Mike Williams everywhere because I believed in him so much last year. So, that's just great. Again, I just love how like these last 2 picks have just, torched me. I also have Rashad Bateman in a couple places. So, they're going to pick Jordan Addison here, and it's just going to be the trifecta.
I will say, go ahead.
It's just, I just don't understand. Like you're saying, I don't understand the pick.
I will say though, I did have Jordan Addison in my 21 slot, so that is 1 point.
I had Jaxon Smith-Njigba, so that is 1 point.
I had Bryan
Punto.
Brian Branch, baby. I did have the Chargers picking a wide receiver though, just 2 picks earlier.
Just so you're really getting screwed over by all your trades. Your trades are not doing you any favors right now.
Not at all.
Okay, I'll add my thoughts on Quentin Johnston. I didn't hear what Tyler said. I'll keep it succinct because I feel like you said a lot of what I was thinking. You don't need another big body guy.
Yes.
You don't need 6'2", go up and grab one on the outside for me, because you want to know who that is already? Mike Williams.
No.
You need someone like better than Josh Palmer. Like Josh Palmer, no, hate on Josh Palmer. He ain't no slouch. But Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, I thought would have been a match made in heaven here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand it.
Now, and I think the way that they see Keenan Allen is the route runner, the guy to get you open, and I think I would agree with it because Keenan Allen is a phenomenal route runner. But Cam was saying speed. You need speed. And this team does not have speed outside of Austin Eckler, and Austin Eckler isn't even the speediest of guys.
Quick guy.
Right. He's more shifty than quick. So there's a specific identity that they're looking for in this offense. And like what I think the other thing that confuses me even more is your offensive coordinator is Kellen Moore, who's coming from an offense that had a Tony Pollard, that had a CeeDee Lamb, that had a Michael Gallup.
Yep.
Like I just struggle to see what it is exactly that teams are in love with Quentin Johnston about. And like I have Quentin Johnston as a second round grade, and I've said in our wide receiver tight end preview episode, like there's a role for him here in the NFL. There's a role for him. But I
don't see it in Los Angeles with the Chargers.
I don't. And the only conclusion I can come up with is this is just the long-term pick. This is not a pick that they're expecting to pay off this year. They're expecting it to pay off next year when either Mike Williams or Keenan Allen are not a part of the Chargers.
Which doesn't make sense because you have Justin Herbert. You should be trying to win right now.
Right.
Yeah. I'm really curious to see how they're going to utilize Quentin Johnston in their offense. The pick is in for Baltimore at 22. They took a really good amount of time here, and I feel like the pick is pretty straightforward. I had Joey Porter Jr. here.
I had Deonte Banks.
I had Christian Gonzalez. So I actually had to fall really far.
Did you actually?
I did, yeah.
Wow.
So I was okay, hold on. No, hold on. You've been holding out.
Hold my beer.
You've been holding out, and you didn't tell us what was wrong with Gonzalez. You just had him falling. You just closed your eyes and threw a dart and said, "Oh, Gonzalez is going to be the guy that falls."
I just went.
What?
Well, I was just going through it, and I was like, "Well, I think teams would like this guy more than a corner," and But then Washington took Emmanuel Forbes, and it wasn't like I was like, "Oh, Gonzalez is going to fall." It just happened to be that way. I also had Baltimore trading for D-Hop here, but Arizona making this pick.
So the pick is in. Let's be real. This comes down to two positions. I think Brian Branch could be a sneaky pick here, but I think this likely comes down to wide receiver or cornerback. And at this point, it is Joey Porter Jr. Or you could get like a Jordan Addison, which was brought up earlier in our TikTok chat as well.
Yeah.
There was a question saying, could it be Jordan Addison to the Ravens? And I like that could be a very, very, very real possibility here.
If they take wide receiver, it shows that they have zero faith in Rashad Bateman.
Yes.
It's going to be wide receiver.
I think it's significant. It probably will be. This is where Baltimore will say, well, we won't take the best guy, but we'll take like the second or third best guy. So then, okay, so let's ask this. We had Jordan Addison. Let's assume it's a wide receiver. I still think it'll be Joey Porter Jr. Here's a Ravens selection. If it is going to be a wide receiver, quick, Jordan Addison or Zay Flowers?
Jordan Addison.
I think
Zay Flowers. I'm going to say Zay Flowers.
I think it would be Addison with the 22nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers.
Wow.
Wide receiver from Boston College.
Rashad Bateman.
I'm in shambles.
The shambles.
Your wide receivers, the guys that you're in on camera, just keep blow after blow after blow. This hold on. Oh, hold up.
Let's get the sound in.
Up. What do you got?
Yeah, just an update for the Texans and Arizona trade. Texans traded their 2024 first, not the Browns 2024 first. So a team that was just getting number 2, they're giving a high pickup here.
Yeah,
they're giving up a likely top 10 pick.
Yeah, and the Browns could easily be competitors next year.
I don't see a way they're not a top 10 pick. I don't see a world where Houston figures it out in 1 year and is not a top 10 pick next year. The Cardinals must have been just really hammering the home that it has to be their pick. Because I just don't understand it.
Just a live reaction from one of our YouTube viewers. Who would you rather have the Ravens select there? Who would you rather have the Ravens select? I mean,
I would assume Jordan Addison, but
I would assume Jordan Addison
or a corner
or Joey Porter Jr. Look, I don't hate it for Baltimore. This does mean Rashad Bateman, his stock does fall, and they probably, again, after signing Lamar Jackson to a massive contract, that was probably the tea leaves that we should have known that they were going to take a wide receiver here instead of a cornerback like they originally anticipated. Odell Beckham Jr. was never going to be enough. They needed to supply Lamar Jackson with more weapons, and that's a lack of trust in Rashad Bateman as well.
Especially after locking him up to the largest contract in the NFL now. So,
yeah.
All right, what do the Vikings do?
Oh, I'm gonna go out on a limb.
Yeah, well, we got to spend some time on the Vikings. I
am going to be the only person on this bandwagon, but give me Will Levis. I don't think
it's got to be a Levis.
I don't think Will Levis is as bad as people think he is. He gets to sit a year in a Kevin O'Connell offense and learn from Kirk Cousins. There are tools and there are traits to Will Levis's game that can be brought out by a guy like Kevin O'Connell. Let him sit for a year. My first hope is Will Levis. That's the one person, or that's my number one. My number 2, Joey Porter or Deonte Banks, a corner. My third is an edge rusher, because we don't know what Zadarius Smith does or what happens to Zadarius Smith or Danielle Hunter, which, in the more and more I think about it, I feel like this could be Nolan Smith, because with such uncertainty at the edge position, grabbing a guy like Nolan Smith makes a ton of sense because you have that insurance.
I think this pick is going to tell us the direction the Vikings are going to try and go for the future. If they go Will Levis, it's a soft rebuild this year. If they go anywhere else, that means, hey, we think we're going to compete. Or they go somewhere else and they go, hey, we have an option maybe. None of these teams left need a quarterback to try and trade back up and get Will Levis in the end of the first round.
I have Will Levis in my mock draft to the Vikings. No trade up, no nothing. I had them at 23, Will Levis sliding here, and I had the Vikings taking him.
I had
amazing. Joey Porter Jr., baby.
Which also would not surprise me with the team that desperately needs help in the secondary as well. Myles Murphy is a nice pickup, but it would be helpful to have, another corner, so we're not just getting torched by wide receiver 2s all the time. Minnesota taking a lot of time with this pick.
I would not be surprised if we actually trade back too.
Because I would not be surprised either.
We have zero capital.
Yeah, this would not be a surprise if we see a team. Who would be a trade candidate?
6. There's 6.
Say our guy, Will Levis.
I'm just starting to feel bad for the guy at this point.
I kind of don't. I like the film was true on Will Levis, no matter how much people tried to talk him up. Like there are, Tyler, you brought up, there's a lot of traits to like in his game. There is. But at the same time, he's just not on the same tier as the CJ Stroud, as the Bryce Young. Anthony Richardson is a home run swing for the fence. What do you like? Will Levis, are you I don't want to ask what is Will Levis, but he's not any of those things.
I think he can be. His ceiling is a top. I mean, he can be a fringe top 8 quarterback in the league, but that's if pieces come together and everything works out in his favor. And again, the situation in Minnesota for a quarterback is one of, if not the most ideal spot in the draft.
Here's the thing about Minnesota. They got a lot of options here.
They have
a lot of options.
They have so many, which makes sense for a trade down.
They have so many options. The problem is who's going to trade up. That's what I don't know. If it's a team looking to trade back into the first, I don't think the Vikings trade out of the first round. If they trade out of the first round, I will post that. Because I don't think a lot of the guys they have on their board will slide to the second round. You have Joey Porter Jr. You need help in the secondary. You have Will Levis on the board. If you're looking to do a soft rebuild this year and get Will Levis under center next year to replace Kirk Cousins, you have Jordan Addison on the board who can play opposite of Justin Jefferson. I know you're not a big fan of Jordan Addison here. You're not a fan of the Vikings taking wide receiver.
Yeah.
But like the options are in abundance here for the Vikings. They are in abundance. Would you be surprised to even take we know how Kwesi likes his athletic freaks. Would you even surprise a Mazi Smith sneaks up into the first round here?
If you're going to take a defensive lineman, go edge rusher. Go take a Myles Murphy. Go take a Nolan Smith.
And Myles Murphy is still on the board. Nolan Smith is still on the board.
I swear to God, if this is the Keon White pick, I'm rioting.
Oh no!
Keon White pick.
Oh no! Submit the pick. I can't have it be Keon White.
Don't worry, it'll be like Jalen Hyatt.
Oh Lord, if it's Jalen Hyatt too. Look, there's about 4 names I'll be content with. Keon White
is not.
So here's the thing. Here's a little insider thing on TikTok for you all. The pick is in from the Minnesota Vikings. Keon White got an invite to the red carpet tonight for the first round of the NFL draft. He got a red carpet invite. Quentin Johnston did not get a red carpet. Well, he did get a red carpet invite. He was at the draft.
He declined.
He declined it though. Okay, I stand corrected.
No, wait a second. He just walked out, didn't he? I don't remember.
At any rate, if this is Keon White,
I'm so stressed. We're
not performing well under pressure. These are our Minnesota Vikings looking to make this pick. I am so nervous out of my mind.
Now.
Pitts, I dare you.
No. I'm so glad I'm alone. The amount of deodorant I need right now is just ridiculous.
Should have gone black, dog.
TikTok.
Black.
Clip it.
Who do you think the pick is for the Minnesota Vikings? Who do you think the pick is for the Minnesota Vikings? They're clapping. They're happy. This isn't good news. This is not good. That's how you know Kwesi is happy. It's gonna be Keon White. I'm terrified.
They brought in Keon White for a private visit too.
Oh no!
Or a private workout. I should say private workout.
The stress is so real.
Keon White is I shouldn't say perfect.
Stop. No, you're speaking it into existence. I'm about to be in shambles. It's going to be Keon White.
We took Lewis after trading down 20 picks.
It's going to be Jordan Addison.
It's going to be
please.
TikTok.
No.
Who do you think it is? Lots thinking it's going to be Jordan Addison.
Please no.
Tyler, you don't like it. I am perfectly fine with it.
I will be okay with it, but I just think there are other players on the board that make more sense. A lot are thinking Addison over on
TikTok. I don't know if your positivity, your optimism on TikTok is helping me out, y'all. As Roger Goodell makes his way out to the podium, I have too much anxiety with the 23rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. Cameron is celebrating. He's already seen the pick. The Minnesota Vikings select Jordan Addison.
Woohoo! We've done it. Ty, I don't care about your stupid defense.
I don't care either. Jordan Addison is now a Minnesota Viking to play on the opposite side of Justin Jefferson. I am thrilled. We have a trade.
And now I'm so hyped. Ty, get your pessimism out of here.
Giants traded up.
No trade details yet.
Giants traded up one spot with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jordan
It is. Oh,
no,
I got it.
You got it, Cameron? What is the compensation?
25th and the pick 160 for pick 24.
That's a
Fifth.
So to move up one spot, I don't know who the so who would okay. We'll come back to that. Jordan Addison is now a Minnesota Viking. Playing on the opposite side of Justin Jefferson in a pass-heavy Kevin O'Connell offense. No more Adam Thielen in town. Jordan Addison definitely, I would say, is going to be the better football player than KJ Osborne. I am thrilled with this pick. Cameron, you very visibly were thrilled with this pick. Tyler, you not so much. Explain your pessimism behind Jordan Addison to the Minnesota Vikings here. I know you said, dude, like you'll be fine with it.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
But you would have much rather prefer to beef up on either the defensive side of the ball or even go the soft rebuild with Will Levis.
What do we? So part of this is just an unfamiliar territory because Minnesota is one of the very first teams in a long time to use separate first round draft capital on the wide receiver position. And the amount of money allocated to the wide receiver position now is crazy. And we just traded for TJ Hawkinson. So I get the whole, our offense is so dynamic now with Jordan Addison, JJ, and Hawk and stuff. That's all good and stuff, but I'm so confused what the vision is for quarterback after this year, what the vision is for defense beyond this year, because our defense is not very good right now. I know we brought in Flores, but that's a Band-Aid on a bullet hole. Honestly, it's
a good analogy.
Again, the players on my list, right? Will Levis was the guy that I wanted most for the Vikings. Then it was Joey Porter. Then it was Deonte Banks. Then it was Nolan Smith.
Yeah. Who still is on the board.
Right. Then it was Jordan Addison. So again, I don't want to sound pessimistic. I know I'm sounding pessimistic. I will be okay with this pick. And the more and more I think about it, Jordan Addison was my wide receiver 2 in this class, and he had a very good argument to be the wide receiver 1 in this class. We are getting a very, very good weapon. He is going to be one of the best rookie dynasty options now because of the offense that he's in. I just have so many questions about how we're going to address so many different things going forward with the limited draft capital that we have. That means, are we trading Dalvin? Are we trading Danielle Hunter? Are we trading Zadarius Smith?
Right.
All of those things can happen. I'm not going to say they will, but they can happen. But I'm just so I don't understand how this benefits down the road. Because it feels like this is more of an immediate just fill in than and I know Jordan Addison has room to grow, but Kirk only has 1 year left on his deal. Our starting corners going into next year are Byron Murphy, a Caleb Evans, who just picked up 3 concussions this past year, and Andrew Booth, which there's talent there, but they need to stay healthy. Please give me some optimism because I'm struggling to find it. I know I'll find it tomorrow morning, but I need an immediate relief of pessimism with some optimism.
I mean, there's still plenty of time for the Vikings to shore up some of those holes as well. I don't know what it's going to be. It might be shifting around pieces on defense to make them a little bit more younger. If we do trade a Danielle Hunter, can we get some second round young pieces, the DB position with Zadarius Smith as well? I mean, there's pieces to move on this Minnesota Vikings team. Dalvin Cook clearly wants to be a Dolphin. I would not be surprised if he's a draft day trade in the next day here, probably. So we're going to get capital to shore up some of those holes. I think you would like to see it with more quality players, though, rather than 3rd, 4th round picks, which I understand. But the pick is in for the New York Giants. I don't want to cut us short. We could talk about the Vikings all night. We could, because we're Minnesota Vikings fans. So who could it possibly be that the Giants are looking to trade up one spot for? that they fear the Jaguars are going to take from them. Granted, I guess anybody after them as well. But why move up one spot? Who is it going to be that the Giants are so sold on? I had Zay Flowers here, or I had Bryan Branch is my pick to the Jaguars at 24.
I did too.
Deonte.
I don't know
Banks.
if it's going to be. You had Deonte Banks.
Banks.
It could be a cornerback. Deonte Banks, Joey Porter, both still on the board.
I will say I think this is Joey Porter Jr. The Giants need a corner, and there is no better press man. And maybe the best way to explain it is this. Wink Martindale is the defensive coordinator for the Giants. What kind of defense does he play? Straight up man coverage, cover one, blitz the crap out of the quarterback. You need a press corner. And there's one press corner right now that makes the most sense for the Giants, and it's Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah, I do not mind that pick for the Giants at all. Jackson, why don't you butt in here? You got a nice little draft fun fact for us here.
Yeah, so this is the first time in the common draft era, that's since 1967, that 4 consecutive picks in the first round were wide receivers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
First time since 1967.
Wow. JSN to 20, Quentin Johnston at 21, Zay Flowers at 22, Jordan Addison at 23. Jordan Addison, the 4th wide receiver off the board.
This, I will say, though, Addison does have a JJ vibe to it where there is talent ahead that was taken ahead of him in the same position, and Addison can have a bit of a prove it season to everyone that's questioning speed and size and all that stuff.
So the pick is in for the Giants here at 24. Roger Goodell is meandering his way up to the podium as I grab a cold slice of pizza here. I will have to step off the camera and eat that here in a second. But the Giants with the 24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. Could it be Joey Porter? Could it be a cornerback? Could it be Brian Branch so I get points? With the 24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Deonte Banks, cornerback from Maryland.
Double digits. Let's go.
Cameron's just happy he broke double digits finally.
So
Deonte Banks is the pick at cornerback here for the Giants. Again, Tyler, you talked press coverage, but Jackson is waving frantically in the background as we have some breaking news.
Yeah, Buffalo now on the clock. They trade up to the 25 for the 27 and 130.
Look at Jacksonville.
Jacksonville is just stocked up. They traded back twice.
Yeah, it makes me wonder who they're actually looking to take at this point. I mean, Brian Branch could fall out of the first round, so are they just sold on Brian Branch and trust that Cowboys
want to take him,
and the Buffalo Bills wouldn't take him? Just keep getting draft capital for the guy you're going to end up drafting anyways, which I think will probably end up being Brian Branch.
right?
Anyways, now we have Bills on the clock here at 25. What options are there for them? What are their team needs? As I step away and eat a slice of pizza, so I'm not doing that on camera.
I think the Bills could look. So a very popular pick for the Bills late on was Jack Campbell, because that made a little more sense than him going 18 to the Lions. There is also kind of a lot of people thought wide receiver, and that they would trade up for a wide receiver, because I'm sorry, Gabe Davis didn't cut it. And I know a lot of Bills fans are saying, well, Khalil Shakir, right? What about Khalil Shakir? I'm sorry. I know that he has some upside and stuff, but if you were able to get a Zay Flowers or a Jordan Addison or even a Quentin Johnston, I would much rather have and play one of those guys instead of Khalil Shakir. There's not really
Nolan Smith.
I thought about pass rusher, but you've got Greg Rousseau, and then you've got Von Miller, and then Shaq Lawson, which
tight end.
It could be maybe tight end, but I know they just signed Dawson Knox to an extension. But at the same time, if there's no wide receiver on the board and you need and you were looking pass catcher, Dalton Kincaid makes a ton of sense. So maybe actually think about it like this. Michael Mayer. You get down into the red zone, you go a lot of 12 personnel. No, sorry. You go 21 personnel where you got Dawson Knox, Michael Mayer, Damian Harris as your running back, and then you got Stephon Diggs and let's see, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then Gabe Davis, just because he's the bigger wide receiver. That's going to be a tough red zone offense to stop because any one of those guys can either get open or bring something down. Yep. So I think it could be a Michael Mayer, could be a Dalton Kincaid, maybe Will Levis, because everyone likes to think that Will Levis thinks that he has Josh Allen qualities.
We don't want to talk about, as I got my mouth full of pizza, Osiris Torrance at all?
I think their guard play is sufficient. They signed Connor McGovern. Ryan Bates was heavily coveted 2 free agencies ago, so I think they're good.
I did have them taking Osiris Torrance at 27. So we could see if Jacksonville ends up taking him there, but I still think their pick would be Bryan.
Maybe Tank Bigsby one time. You know?
All right, you're cut off. Could it be? So here we go. We got some questions. We talked a little bit about the Bills going potentially tight end here. Look, with the Cowboys on the clock next, at this point, how nervous are you for Tony Pollard in fantasy?
0.
No, I think you're feeling good.
I think you hold on him. Yeah, I don't think anybody they draft is unless if they draft a Zach Charbonnet and he has second-round draft capital.
Yeah.
Then I might get a little more nervous. But at this point, he's a pure hold. I think at this rate with no Jahmyr Gibbs in town, no threat of Bijan Robinson as well, we're talking top 10 upside or not top 10 upside. We're probably talking a top 10 running back for the next 2 years at least.
Year for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So no, you absolutely hold on to Tony Pollard in fantasy. Yep.
I'm very Buffalo. I know they spent a first rounder on Kaiir Elam last year.
Yep.
But they've had to rely on the likes of Dane Jackson, Taron Johnson, Christian Benford, who have all been late round or undrafted players. So do you take a Joey Porter here? Do you take a Brian Branch? I don't think so, but maybe they look secondary just because they need a little more talent on the outside.
Yeah.
The Bills pick is in. If it is a tight end, which one do we all prefer? I would prefer Michael Mayer.
I would say Michael Mayer.
I would too, but I could see him going more of a Dalton Kincaid just because I think Kincaid's just a slightly better pass catcher.
Yeah.
Just to
in
try
a pass
to
heavy
keep
attack,
him,
I could see that as well. Yep. I think ideally both could potentially be drafted here. I see these other questions about Kansas City and Cincinnati as well. We'll discuss them a little bit depending on who the Buffalo Bills pick here, because I think that their pick here might generate what direction the Dallas Cowboys go at 26 then.
I will say this though. Will Levis actually will fall out of the first round.
Yeah, hold on. Where was that YouTube comment? We never addressed it earlier. But
silent.
There we go. Someone on YouTube asked, Silent CRL, do you think Will Levis falls to the second round? We didn't get much time to talk about that earlier, but that is looking more and more and more and more and more like a possibility now that Will Levis is just going to continue to fall. And Roger Goodell makes his way to the podium to announce who the 25th pick in the 2023 NFL draft will be for the Buffalo Bills. And with that pick, the 25th pick, the Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid, tight end out of Utah. They did indeed go tight end. They went with a dynamic pass catcher. This is a great tool for a dynamic passing attack of the Buffalo Bills. Not good things about Dawson Knox, though.
No, I have to think that Dawson Knox may be traded. Honestly, and I think they give Dawson Knox a year, but I think after that he becomes a trade piece, and I don't know how much you're going to get for a guy like Dawson Knox.
Yeah, I kind of understand the pick. I kind of don't. I'm not thrilled, but I also don't know at this point if you're Buffalo who you're going to pick because a lot of their needs on the board are fairly picked over.
Buffalo has one of the more complete rosters in the league.
Yes,
like there are not many holes on that roster.
Yep.
No. So like when you look at their roster, like their tight ends right now, Dawson Knox, Quentin Morris, and Zach Davidson. So Kincaid makes sense. Are you playing like he can play your tight end too for sure? Sure. Yeah, that's honestly how I feel. Like, sure. Yeah. Well, yeah, totally.
I looked away for a split second and Cameron was gone. He is taking his stretch break. He didn't even care to announce it. You were on a roll there.
See, I'm telling you, you need a stretch break.
You do. This is why I wanted to wait to talk about the Dallas Cowboys.
Michael Mayer.
Because I think this is Michael Mayer here. I have him going 26 here in my mock draft. I have Michael Mayer going to the Cowboys. This seems like the fairly obvious pick here. I don't know who else this pick would be. And Michael Mayer feels like the natural fit in that offense. I mean, this also screams Dallas Cowboys defense led by Dan Quinn wants to have just uber athleticism. So let's take Nolan Smith.
Yeah, Nolan Smith, Myles Murphy, Bryan Bresee. I mean, Joey Porter, if they want to build a secondary a little bit, even too. Brian Branch. I don't think just because they have their safeties in play already, but I think it feels like it's Michael Mayer or it is defensive line.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. They're taking a lot of time with this pick as well. I'm wondering if they are trying to find a trade partner.
Nope.
Nope. They look like they're discussing pretty hard, and Jerry Jones is at the center of all of it, saying, we missed out on Bijan.
Yep. Darn it.
You were going to miss out on Bijan, Jerry. I apologize. But, when will Joey Porter Jr. be picked? He could easily continue sliding down. I mean, if we see, go for it. Cincinnati seems like the pick there. And, who should the Cincy pick be? That could be Joey Porter Jr. I had Jahmyr Gibbs there. I did not expect Jahmyr Gibbs to go top 12. I had Jahmyr Gibbs to the Bengals there. But, this is fascinating. The end of the draft here. How many uber athletic guys are still on the board? Here's what I'm getting vibes on with Nolan Smith. He's this year's Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah. Yep.
Jermaine Johnson, very close to the start of the draft last year, was getting hyped that he was going to be a top 10 pick. And that was the same for Nolan Smith. He kept creeping up. That teams were in love with his athleticism and his explosiveness. And now here he is. We're at pick 26, and he still has not yet been drafted. So I'm very interested to see the route that the Dallas Cowboys do go, or not the Dallas Cowboys. I am interested to see how far Nolan Smith falls, and if the Dallas Cowboys are the team to pick him here at 26. Cameron, do you have any thoughts on who you think the Cowboys should lean here, whether it's Michael Mayer, whether it's a Nolan Smith, Brian Branch, even if they want to really shore up those safeties? They look like they're really mulling it over in the Dallas Cowboys war room there.
Yeah, they're laughing.
I really think they should be going Mayer. I think you had a tight end. You need another pass catcher in this offense, right? I like Brandon Cooks, but I don't think he's really going to cut it as your only other option. So I think Mayer's the way they go, but I don't know. I really don't know what they're going to do.
This is one like Seattle where I'm like, I have a few ideas. I'm not sure who is going to end up being. Interesting though. Yeah, this is good to note that Buffalo did jump the Dallas Cowboys to snag a tight end. They did go ahead and draft Dalton Kincaid with their last pick, right? So, do you think that was just more so of a guarantee of making sure they get one of these tight ends, or did they just want to make sure they had Dalton Kincaid and didn't want to settle for Michael Mayer?
I have to think that was the reason. And when you're only giving up a 5th round pick,
no brainer.
That is a exhibit A. We want our guy at this position, and we see this team could very well take that player too. So we will trade a late round draft pick to get that guy.
And the pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys at 26. Again, in my mock draft, I have Michael Mayer here. Who do you both have in your mock drafts?
I have Michael Mayer.
At 20, we're at 25, right?
6.
We're at 26. Oh yeah, I had
Dallas Cowboys.
Calijah Kancey.
Calijah Kancey. Yeah.
So Bryan Bresee makes sense.
Yep.
With defensive end.
Keon White.
I feel like Keon White is our New Orleans pick.
Yes, that feels like a very New Orleans pick.
Or Kansas City.
Yeah, if they give Keon White a red carpet invite,
Now, here's the other thing, though. Just because someone was invited to the first round party doesn't mean that they're going in the first round.
That's fair.
Breece Hall was invited last year, and he got taken in the second round. So it's not a foregone conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
He was just the odd one out when I saw that list. I sent it to the two of you.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, Keon White's the odd guy out here.
Well, and I wonder. No, Quentin Johnston wasn't in at.
Yeah,
because that was because that was the other name that Cam and I noticed. We're like, wait a second, Quentin Johnston isn't there.
If Michael Mayer isn't the pick here, what are the odds he goes to Cincinnati? I think extremely high when you have the Jaguars on the clock with 27. Then they got Evan Ingram on lock. I think that could easily be, if Mayer doesn't go here, he slides to Cincy at 28. And I also love that. I mocked that frequent and often. Prior to my most recent mock here for the live show.
I still have to think that Joey Porter goes ahead of Michael Mayer if both are available at 28 for Cincinnati. I could see Meyer. I see Meyer falling to the second more than I see Joey Porter falling to the second.
We'll find out here. The Dallas Cowboys with the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft select Mazi Smith.
I don't hate this. I don't hate this.
This fits what the Dallas Cowboys want. This is the kind of player they want on defense, and I have been obsessed with Mazi Smith. Mazi Smith has been one of my favorite defensive tackles to watch coming into the draft. I was so confident he'd be going first round. He'd always be tail end of the first round. He wasn't going to creep his way higher. But I have been in love with Mazi Smith. I figured he would end up being a first-round pick, and I do really like this pick with the Dallas Cowboys. The dude is he's a monster. He's a freak.
He's a mauler in the run game, and that's the thing that Cowboys defensive line needed was just a mauler in the run game. They just have had zero presence in the interior. You get it with Mazi Smith. So I definitely don't hate this pick at all for Dallas. And this was someone I think you guys can back me up because I sent you a whole bunch of mock drafts leading up to the draft, not just this week, but since January. Mazi Smith was a frequent end of round one to either Dallas to a New Orleans pick for me. I didn't think he was I just didn't see any steam or any smoke with him going end of round one. But I don't blame Dallas for going this route.
No, not at all. I did have him going 30th to the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm thinking, imagine that. But all the way up at 26 to the Dallas Cowboys. If you hear squeaking in the background, Jackson needs some fresh air. It'd be hot in here. Let's quick recap. I think we all agree. We all really like this pick by the Dallas Cowboys of Mazi Smith, excuse me. Let's go back to Jordan Addison because I know we have a lot of fellow Vikings fans hanging out on the stream with us tonight. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. Quick recap of how I feel about Jordan Addison. Cameron and I are thrilled. This is a pass-heavy offense that can really utilize a guy who can take the top off the defense like Jordan Addison. It feels like what the Chargers should have done. You have JJ kind of sliding inside, outside, moving all over the formation. You have Jordan Addison who can now take the top off the defense, and you have KJ Osborne and TJ Hawkins who could both play on the inside. I really like this pick for an offense that was thriving last year. I am perfectly okay with it. Cameron, I'll give you a second to add any thoughts that you have, but I know you liked it as well.
I just think when you look at all top offenses in the league that don't have Patrick Mahomes, they have two great wide receivers. And I think that's just, I guess, The Bills, you can say don't, but that's been the recipe for success lately, is having 2 top tier wide receivers, or 2, at least 1 elite wide receiver and 1 wide receiver, above average. You look at, even teams who were in the Super Bowls lately, even the Rams, Cooper Kupp, and they had who was the best wide receiver in football. And then you have OBJ, who was playing really well. I'm not calling OBJ elite. Last year, AJ Brown, Devonta Smith. There's a lot of these guys. Cincinnati on the other side of that Super Bowl, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. So I think that's kind of the recipe these teams are trying to get to. So yeah, that's why I'm excited about this.
And Tyler, you were a little bit more pessimistic. Yeah, again, you said you'd probably come around to it tomorrow, but in the meantime, you thought there was more necessary needs on defense, especially with some of the guys on the board still.
So I will say I've already started coming around to the pick, because again, when I look back on my eval of Jordan Addison, to Cam's point, I think Cam put it in the best way. The league is now shifting to, you need an elite wide receiver and you need a very good partner for your elite wide receiver. And I think Jordan Addison can absolutely be that. But I am just very, very concerned about the future of certain positions moving forward. Will Levis was right there. You have 1 more year of Kirk Cousins, and I would not. Maybe you want to re-sign Kirk after this year, and this is kind of a 1-year prove it deal, honestly, for Kirk. But I thought Levis made more sense. I thought Myles Murphy or Nolan Smith made more sense. I thought Bryan Bresee even made more sense. Joey Porter, Deonte Banks made more sense. Even a guy like Mazi Smith, Felix Anudike-Uzomah, BJ Ojulari was the really deep sleeper that I had. But it was like, I question how we're going to address some of these other positions moving forward. And I have faith in Kwesi and KOC that they're going to do something. I just don't. Could we afford to skip over those positions to grab a Jordan Addison?
So that's a quick recap on the Minnesota Vikings draft pick of Jordan Addison at 23. Just a few of our thoughts on that. The pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars here. We all had Jacksonville at 24, correct? We did not have them trading. Tyler, you and I had them taking Brian Branch. Cameron, who did you have them taking?
Deonte Banks.
Who is not on the board. He was drafted by the Giants. Joey Porter Jr., however, is still on the board. This is probably a Brian Branch pick. He was one that kept falling and falling and falling in the first round. I never saw him fall entirely out of the first round in most mocks, but I did see him as more frequently of a late first than, obviously a top 20 pick. So
do they go O-line?
What was that? Could they go O-line? I mean, Osiris Torrance is available there. Cam Robinson. If you didn't know, he is suspended. He is officially suspended.
And they lost Jawan Taylor.
And you could get the tackle out of Clemson here as well, whose name I can't come to off the top of my head. Bergeron, thank you.
Anton
and Dell is at
Jones,
the podium.
Anton Harrison.
The Jaguars here at the 27th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. They select Anton Harrison, tackle of Oklahoma. Out of Oklahoma, excuse me. You say that again?
I can't hate
it. I thought you said I kind of hate it. Wait a second. We just said that it was a decent pick. Yeah, this is about Cam Robinson more than it is anything else. That's what I think we're learning here. This is about Cam Robinson. You got to get a replacement in there. And Cam Robinson's guarantees, because he is facing suspension, is suspended. His guarantees are gone in his contract. He might be out of a job with the Jacksonville Jaguars here. So this is probably a replacement pick here with Anton Harrison to the Jaguars at 27.
Well, and I totally forgot. So they drafted Walker Little last year, 2 years ago. This is absolutely a Cam Robinson replacement pick. Like they were so on the fence about paying Cam Robinson in the first place. and then he goes and does something like this. And I'm not trying to,
mash the guy, right?
I'm not trying to do that, but going and getting Anton Harrison is a clear signal that the Jaguars will be moving on from Cam Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
I see Will Levis up there on Daniel Jeremiah's best available. He's going to fall out of the first round, isn't he?
Is there unless some team trades up?
Yeah, is there a team that could trade up into the end of the first round here with any of the Cincinnati Bengals, the New Orleans Saints, the Philadelphia Eagles, or the Kansas City Chiefs?
I see Detroit. I see Tennessee. I see
Minnesota.
I think it would have to take a future first to do so because they don't have a second and their next pick is a third. So maybe Minnesota is kind of a dark horse, but I mean, we were so infatuated with quarterbacks last year where we were saying Malik Willis is a first rounder, Desmond Ridder is a fringe first rounder, Kenny Pickett is a first rounder, and he actually did go. We may be missing something, and what we need to be doing is going back and watching a Malik Willis and a Will Levis and those kind of players and saying, why are we saying these guys are going round one when they didn't? Is there a common trait, a common thread through all that?
The Cincinnati Bengals pick is in at 28.
I feel like Joey Porter.
This is Joey Porter or Michael Mayer. I feel like that's what they're kind of down to here. These are the two options that
Brian
they have.
Bryant, maybe.
Producer Jackson put on his Pittsburgh Steelers blanket, which means he's just trying to remember the good times of Joey Porter.
I wish it was easier for me to just switch a camera over to Jackson just so we could see him all bundled up in his Pittsburgh Steelers blanket, but there's not an easy way for me to do that. I don't have that set up in StreamYard right now, but this who do we all think it is going to be here at 28? I am going to say Michael Mayer. If at this point Joey Porter Jr. has fallen this far, like this feels like almost like an Andrew Booth Jr. situation where like he was projected to be, that middle late first round kind of player, but all of a sudden falls into the middle early second round instead. Quick here before Roger Goodell makes the announcement. Nolan Smith is still on the board. Quick prediction. I think Michael Mayer.
I think Joey Porter.
I think Joey Porter as well.
With the 28th pick, the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Myles Murphy.
Honestly, forgot he was still on the board.
Clemson. I honestly did as well. There was Tyler. You continue to have him top 15 in your mocks. There was something that you clearly liked. I had Myles Murphy falling out of the first round in my mock draft. I did not have him as a first round pick, but you still had him top 15. What is it that you like so much about Myles Murphy as they highlight his attributes here on the NFL Network?
Yeah, Myles Murphy didn't have the greatest 2022 season, but that is also because they lost their longtime defensive coordinator and he became the Oklahoma head coach. So I have to think that was part of the reason for a lack of production last year. But his 2021 film, he looked like a potential top 15 pick based on his 2021 films and stuff. So I think, and so I see Myles Murphy as a big upside edge rusher that has size that can fit a lot of roles. He can play a 3-tech if you want him to. And Cincinnati does like doing that. And so I thought teams would just kind of take the chance of a guy that had a lot of hype, had a lot of hype coming out of high school even, and they would want to mold a guy like that. And I think Cincinnati was of the same thought, just not as early, and they would rather do it at 28.
I mean, I'm curious to, Myles Murphy over Joey Porter Jr., over Michael Mayer. I don't hate the pick. I'm just also not in love with it. But these front offices know more than I do at the end of the day. Cameron, you get anything on top of
I think it's interesting too. Nolan Smith still on the board, right? I mean, there's a lot of guys who've been mocked in the first still on the board. We got Nolan Smith, like we said,
Philly's going to take Nolan Smith at 30.
Michael Mayer. Yeah, I mean, Philly's just had some guys.
Michael Mayer could
fall
go
in
here
their
in
lap.
New Orleans. Sorry,
Yep.
Cam. I keep talking.
No,
over you.
no, that was actually where I was going to go. I don't hate that right now. I think that's definitely something that could happen. We could still see a team trade in for Will Levis,
Yep.
right? Teams usually like to have that 5th-year option on a quarterback, so we definitely could see that happen here at the end of the first round. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see kind of what happens here with these last 3 picks, because especially for the Eagles and Kansas City, they have the luxury of going, hey, maybe we want to move back a little bit in the second round and kick a pick to next year, or kick a pick later. So I don't know. It'll be interesting.
Just want to quick highlight this over on YouTube from Silent Sierra. I thought the first round was 32 picks. The Dolphins were forced to forfeit their first round pick in this year's draft due to everything with Brian Flores and the whole messy situation there in Miami just a few years ago. So they're forced to forfeit their first round pick and a few other picks as well. I can't remember which ones exactly, but that is why the Dolphins do not have a pick in the first round, because they were forced to forfeit it. So there are only 31 picks because of that. A few questions from over on TikTok as New Orleans Saints are on the clock here. 4 minutes left. Odds that Philly takes Brian Branch. I think they go Nolan Smith before they go Brian Branch, but I also don't hate that pick.
So they lost CJ Gardner-Johnson.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
They lost Marcus Epps, who played a lot of safety for them too, to the Raiders. Brian Branch makes a lot of sense. I just think they go Nolan Smith because they like the Georgia.
They like them Georgia boys, man. Yeah. And they were rumored to really, really like Nolan Smith ahead of this draft.
I had them
Kobe Dean last year too.
Yeah.
Yes.
I had them taking Nolan Smith at 10 in my mock. So
doesn't count for points.
Well, I'll just it's a pat on the back, honestly.
That's all it is. It's the pat on the back. I would agree.
Oh, wait a second. So let's update mock draft quick.
Yep.
I did have the Giants taking a corner.
You did. You did have the Giants taking a corner.
But the Giants picked at 24, not 25.
I have Cowboys taking D line.
Well, we'll get an update from Jackson here in a second. Do you have live scores for us, Jackson?
Yes, I do. Lucas, you're still in the lead at 18 points. Tyler at 17. Cam finally broke double digits. Let me see what he has. Cam has 13 now, finally. Still behind.
All right.
Not too far behind. The pick is in from the New Orleans Saints. For those of you who are either watching on TikTok or hanging out on YouTube and Twitter with us still, we're playing a fun little game, right? At each pick. So again, the individual pick, not necessarily the team. At each pick, if we get the position correct of the player, we get 1 point. If we get the player correct, we get 3 points. If we predict a trade correctly, that is 5 points. So a maximum of 8 points per pick. But it's actually a lot more difficult when you put your mock to the test. Just goes to show that when you say, man, your mock sucks, it means nothing.
It means nothing.
Jahmyr Gibbs went in the top 12. Freaking Iowa linebacker. Basic name.
Jack Campbell.
Jack Campbell. Thank you.
Iowa.
I said Iowa.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to make sure we covered all our bases.
Yeah, from Iowa. Went to the Detroit Lions at 18. Like, there have been some crazy things that have happened tonight. Nobody's mock sucks. Okay?
Everyone's is busted.
Everybody sucks. If the mock that we create sucks, then yours sucks as well. Because nobody knows what the world is going to happen.
Yeah.
So at the Saints, they're picking here at 28. I had them taking Calijah Kancey here, but obviously Calijah Kancey went a heck of a lot earlier than 29 to the Saints. He went 19 to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Wonder if this could be a Joey Porter spot.
It'd be an interesting one.
I had Emmanuel Forbes, so I get a point.
Oh,
Here we go. Quick prediction. I would throw out Joey Porter Jr.
like Keon White.
This would be Keon White. This would. With the 29th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Bryan Bresee, defensive tackle out of Clemson. I will take a point for that since I had Calijah Kancey there. Bryan Bresee does find his way into the first round. received a lot of hype initially at the beginning of the offseason, but very quickly fell down draft boards. Look, big dynamic guy out of Clemson, very similar to not similar to Myles Murphy, but these were guys who were big, athletic pass rushers, strong guys, but just couldn't keep themselves inside of the top 15. Ty, I know at one point you really liked Bryan Bresee.
Yeah, Bryan Bresee, again, he fits this mold of highly rated coming out of high school, goes to a big program. He just had one of the most bumpy college careers we've ever seen. I mean, you just go look it up on the internet, what the guy had to go through over the past 3 seasons. I'll just mention a few. He lost his sister to brain cancer, I think, something like that.
Lost a family member, close family.
He lost his sister. He then got a kidney infection. He had multiple injuries during his time at Clemson. And there's more to it. So this is really kind of a boomer bust pick, I think, because he's got talent. There's talent there. It's just a matter of, can you get it out of him? And I want to. Bryan Bresee is a guy that I'm rooting for. Honestly, that's part of the reason why I think he can turn it around, because I like the guy. I like the guy.
So Philadelphia now on the clock here with pick 30 in the first round. This is an opportunity that teams could trade back into the first round. I find it really hard to believe they do so, though, with a guy like Nolan Smith still on the board, who they just reportedly, steam has been either they threw up a really, I'm trying to figure out what the deal has been with Nolan Smith, because everybody was saying that the guy has the opportunity to be a top 15 pick, and he clearly has not been. He is all the way at 30. This feels like all right, we're good. We'll explore trade options for the first 5 minutes, but we'll go ahead and deliver our pick here, because I feel like this is going to be Nolan Smith. Is there room for this to be a Joey Porter Jr. as well? Or who are some other guys who could sneak up into the end of the first round here as we're down to the final 2 picks?
Keon White.
This could be a Keon White as well. This could be the Keon White.
This is where I have him mocked. I need that 3.
He needs that 3, he says. I had Mazi Smith here, but obviously he went to Michael. Went to Dallas Cowboys at 26, where I had Michael Mayer.
I had Bryan Bresee going at 30 to the Eagles.
Interesting. So you and I both had defensive tackle. Cameron did have an edge rusher here, a chance to parade his way to victory. There's still a path to victory for you. Actually, I don't know if there is. You got to get 3. I'm at 18. Yeah.
Aren't you at 19? Didn't you just get a point?
You're at 19.
I'm at 19. Yeah. Sorry, I win. I beat you.
I could tie 2. I'm at 13.
Oh,
2
you
threes
could.
in a row.
You could.
Give me Keon White and Jalen Hyatt, baby.
Oh, crap. That's possible. Kansas City at 31. For those of you still hanging out with us on TikTok, looks like the spoiler pick is in here. For those of you hanging out with us on TikTok, even over on Twitter and YouTube as well, who do you believe the Philadelphia Eagles will pick here? I don't know why they're wasting so much time. I think it's Nolan Smith. Seems like
I think they're looking for a trade.
Jackson, can you explain a little bit more on the stat you're in the chat there? 92% chance Will Levis went in the top 10.
Yeah, so this was just from ESPN Analytics that there was a 92% chance that Will Levis was going to be picked top 10. And we've seen how many times that he's just been shown on camera sitting there with his family. And I don't think that he expected to slide down this far.
No.
Still under 9.5, though. That was the line we set for how many times they'd show Will Levis.
5.
Still under 9.5. That was the line I set. So I'm surprised by that. I mean, I don't think we quite expected Will Levis to take this kind of a slide. But clearly, again, the media finding ways to hype Will Levis up, to find ways to just shove quarterbacks into, the top 10 picks. And the Colts ultimately deciding to pass on him and go with Anthony Richardson instead. I want to find the tweet that I sent you all earlier today about how Anthony Richardson was the tweet that said he was going to go higher than expected. Now I can't find it. Here we go. From Brett Tessler. Anthony Richardson is going to go a lot higher than most people expect tonight, and that is not a guess. So that instilled my confidence. He is an NFL agent. That led to the Anthony Richardson pick. So Will Levis, still not drafted. Highly unlikely he will go in the first round here. Yeah, it really feels like Philly is kind of exploring a trade here. It looks like the pick is in. They're all applauding. Mm-hmm. There you go. The pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles officially at pick 30. Yeah, I find it hard to believe this isn't going to be Nolan Smith.
They got to be.
I see Brian Branch potentially. It's either secondary or Nolan Smith. That's what I think.
Cameron, if you had to make a guess.
I'm going to go to Nolan Smith.
Give them Georgia boys.
Yeah, and as over on TikTok, Philly just going to rebuild the Georgia defense. That indeed.
Yeah.
That indeed they are. That indeed they are. That indeed they are.
YouTube question. Will we be live tomorrow? Mr. Tyler Plath will be live for rounds 2 through 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7 on TikTok the next 2 days.
Yeah, TikTok only. TikTok only.
Yeah, we will not have a YouTube or Twitter stream set up. It will be TikTok exclusive for that. So if you aren't following us already, this is to our friends over on TikTok as well. If you've been hanging out this night and you're not following us already, Ty will be live for the next two days of the NFL draft. For the entirety of it, he'll be breaking down each pick. If you want to come out and just talk NFL draft with him, he would love nothing more in life for you to do so.
This is what I've been doing over 5 months.
Yep. Yeah, he would love to have you come hang out. So please, if you're not following us already, make sure you do. You'll be alerted when Tyler goes live tomorrow. If you're not following us already, we're dropping fantasy football content literally all offseason long, NFL and fantasy football content. We dropped literally 5 mock drafts before tonight. So we're dropping all sorts of NFL content as well. If you're not following us, if you're not subscribed over on YouTube, if you're not following us on Twitter, make sure you do over on all of those platforms as well. Tyler will be live on TikTok for rounds 3, 4, 5.
I'll see you there, TikTok.
And 6, 7 as well. Another question coming from TikTok. We'll touch on that. We'll touch on that quick because Roger Goodell is bringing out a nice little posse with him as well to announce the Eagles pick here at 30. Why did Will Levis fall? I think NFL teams finally sniffed it out. I don't know if this is one they got right. I don't want to proclaim that yet. But they sniffed out all the BS on Will Levis.
Let's do perfect.
Oh, dude, perfect. Look at that. Dude, perfect. Somebody's mother.
And that's Kelsey's mom.
Kelsey.
That's Mama Kelsey.
Jason Travis.
Oh, JC Kelsey. I'm thinking like Kelsey, like Kelsey, like a.
Oh
like
no.
I'm like who? Why don't I know? Yes. So, dude, perfect out there
with Mama Kelsey.
Ready
nice
to
touch.
announce the 30th pick in the first round for the Philadelphia Eagles. Where was I at before this? Why did Will Levis fall? I think NFL teams just sniffed it out. Like, that's all I have to say. I think there was too much optimism being spewed from the media. And so people just chose to hop on that because it's exciting to see how many quarterbacks be drafted in the top 10.
Yeah.
I think the NFL just sniffed it out and said, nah, he ain't it.
There has to be some kind of voice in meeting rooms that is saying like he is much more of a project than people think,
right.
And that kind of project goes in round 2.
Here we go. The 30th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith, edge rusher from Georgia. Incredible that they didn't have to take him all the way up at 10.
Dude.
So here it is. Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith, both in the first round.
After Jordan Davis and Kobe Dean last year. 4 players.
They're stacking up on athletic freaks on that defensive side of the ball. This is just a home run for the Eagles. It's a home run.
It's a home run in the best pro comp that everyone has been saying, and DJ started this off. It's Hassan Reddick.
Yep.
And you know who Hassan Reddick plays for?
The
Philadelphia Eagles. This is the Brandon Graham replacement. And I know that's not the most identical in terms of size and stuff. Brandon Graham is done after this year. And this is the fill-in pick for him.
Yeah, this is an absolutely home run pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. This is what we're all projecting. I'm surprised it took so long to make the pick. I'm sure they were waiting for a team to trade up in the second round. But
does Kansas City do that now?
I'm sure that's what they're going to wait for.
Yeah, I'm sure Kansas City is going to burn out this clock here. They're going to make us wait as we've been live for nearly 4 hours.
Ooh, my back's
Are
feeling it.
we going to go to a commercial break again for the last pick of the
We
draft?
probably will.
They got to get that money.
Jackson dropping some interesting stuff here in the chat. Jackson, being the hometown, not the hometown, but the Homer Steelers fan you are, I'm going to give you a platform just to share some of what you've been reading about the fact that the Pittsburgh Steelers passed on Christian Gonzalez, who would have greatly helped their secondary.
Yeah, so it's no surprise that they need one since they lost Cam Sutton. But apparently, Christian Gonzalez had a poor visit with the Steelers, and Tomlin was quoted talking to Minkah Fitzpatrick that he did not have that competitive edge, and that is why they decided to pass on him. So wouldn't be surprised if Joey Porter falls to them at 32 if they pick him there.
Interesting.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I'm judging and assuming a lot when I say this. Christian Gonzalez was definitely like one of the more like soft-spoken people in this draft class. Like you never heard about him, which like that personality is just not going to fit in every team, right? Like some teams will value the guy that just grinds and goes to work. Pittsburgh does not. They just like they want the ultra competitive guys.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so interesting to see if at 32 the Steelers do end up taking the Joey Porter Jr. to wrap out that secondary because the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock here with pick 31. They're going to bleed this puppy out and see if there's somebody who wants to trade up for Will Levis, who wants to trade up for Joey Porter, who wants to trade up for who else do we have that could go in the first round here that's been falling down boards? Brian Branch. Be interesting to see what Kansas City does here. I had them taking Jordan Addison. I could see them taking a weapon here. If you see a Jalen Hyatt sneak into the first round, a team that might even trade up for Hendon Hooker even. Hendon Hooker. I mean, the dude's old. Can we just point that out? Hendon Hooker is older than Jalen Hurts, right? Who's played 3 seasons in the league. He's older than Josh Jacobs, who's played 4 seasons in the league, and Devin White, who's also played 4 years in the league. Hendon Hooker is older than all of them. And this is starting to add up. Again, all the buzz was around the Minnesota Vikings taking a quarterback, that Hendon Hooker would find his way into the first round. I just think sometimes we don't give NFL teams the credit that they deserve for probably being smarter than we give them credit for. It's not like they don't know this stuff either. They have all the same information we do.
It's crazy how Hendon Hooker, Bucky Brooks has Hendon Hooker as his QB3 over Will Levis and Anthony Richardson. So obviously that means that Hendon Hooker is not going to be for everybody. So then teams can kind of strategize and say, if not everyone is going to be in on this guy, we can probably wait for him then. Like, let's say there's only half the teams in the league that are interested. We can wait. We don't need to try to rush the pick ahead of all the other 31 teams.
Pick is in.
We can wait a bit.
No trade.
The pick is in for the Kansas City Chiefs. Who do we think it is here? This could be, this could really be a multitude of different players. This could be the Keon White pick. This could be a Jalen Hyatt pick. It could be a multitude of players.
I'm going to say either Matthew Bergeron or DeJuan Jones.
Yeah, Matthew Bergeron would be an interesting pick here as well. I could see that being the pick. Find his way into the first round. Cameron, any thoughts on your end for who the pick could be here for the Kansas City Chiefs at 31?
I honestly have no idea. They could go. That's the thing with the Chiefs, though, right? They have the luxury of being, you just won the Super Bowl. You can go whatever way you want. Yeah. So it's really going to come down to who they think they can get later. I think that's what this pick is, right? It's, do I think I can get a corner later? Do I think I can get offensive lineman later? Do I think I can get a wide receiver later? I don't know. I'd like to see him go Zach Charbonnet, but I know that is very, very, very unlikely.
That's very lofty. That is very, very
I would
lofty.
just love to see it.
We've seen lofty already in this draft, and we've seen it twice.
The same team.
I don't think that's going to happen, though.
No, I don't think it will be either. Here's the question I do want to ask, though. We're pretty sure the pick will not be Will Levis. How far does Will Levis end up falling? Could he get to Atlanta at 44? Could he get to the Commanders at 47? Could he get to Tennessee all the way in the early second round? Just looking at some of these guys in the early second round. I mean, you're looking at, I doubt Detroit would take him. India already took their quarterback. Right, you get Seattle Seahawks are still early in the second round. Mm-hmm. The Los Angeles Rams, the Raiders, the Tennessee Titans are there early in the second round. Like, it's an interesting slew of names. I don't think Will Levis makes it too deep into the second round. My guess is that one of these QB seemingly needy teams ends up taking him, whether it be the Rams, Seattle, or Tennessee would probably be my top three, picks in the second round for Will Levis as we wait for the Kansas City Chiefs to wait for Roger Goodell to announce the Kansas City Chiefs peak. Oh my goodness, I cannot say Chiefs.
The Chiefs.
Cooking up something at 31. We'll see what it is.
Waiting for that Chiefs notification.
Notification.
I even screwed that up.
For those of you for the notification. So for those of you who haven't listened to the Fantasy Football Fellows podcast, I screwed that up a while ago. I meant to say turn on your notifications. I ended up saying turn on your notifications. If you're not subscribed to the podcast, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts from. 2 episodes a week starting next week. We're going 3 videos a week over on YouTube, 2 podcasts. We're going to start doing long form content over on YouTube as well. We're going to do that 1 a month leading up to June, and we'll start dropping 2 episodes a week over on YouTube. So if you're on TikTok still watching, we thank you for your loyalty.
Y'all are the best.
Y'all are the best. If you are not subscribed to our YouTube channel already, make sure you are. We have even more content than just the mid-long content you are seeing over on TikTok. We have so much more coming at you, and we're excited to bring you here for the upcoming season.
This pick, by the way, might be Joey Porter or Brian Branch. They own the Chiefs right now. Only have 5 corners on their roster: Trent McDuffie, Josh Williams, L'Jarius Sneed, and Jalen Watson, and a guy named DiCaprio Boodle.
That's a kind of a sweet name.
That's an awesome name. That's
kind of a sweet name. That's an A-tier name?
Gotta be up there. I also want to give a quick shout out to Kyle on TikTok. Dude has been with us since like pick 8 or so, maybe even earlier, pick 5. I mean, they've been grinding with us. This has been 4 hours running. So shout out to you, Kyle.
Bringing out the Super Bowl trophy. Jackson is fist pumping. That means it is not Joey Porter, and that Joey Porter may end up falling to Pittsburgh. If I'm reading the tea leaves,
that would be awesome.
Of our Pittsburgh native, or not a Pittsburgh native, our Pittsburgh fan. Helmet, I'm tired. I need to go home.
Hey, you're an hour earlier than I am. How do you think I'm feeling?
Like that pick a lot.
Edge rusher from Kansas State,
Felix Anudike-Uzomah. Love that pick.
I think that's a great pick for Kansas City to wrap out the first round. Again, just another freaky athletic guy. Will fit their defensive scheme fairly well.
He's going to be able to rotate with Charles Omenihu and George Karlaftis.
Yep.
Felix is. I thought he could have gone earlier just because he does have a lot of good traits to him already, and he has got some film to back it up. I mean, Daniel Jeremiah literally has Matthew Judon right underneath his traits and stuff, and I think that is awesome for Kansas City.
So he wraps out the first round of the 2023 NFL Draft. Let's quick recap the first round. And what I want us to do to close out the episode is I want us to give us your biggest surprise of the first round, or your, let's do this, your favorite pick of the first round and your least favorite pick of the first round.
I was going to say,
so
biggest
again,
surprise is pretty easy.
It's pretty easy. So yeah, so I want to go your favorite pick and your least favorite pick. Again, recapping we're going 1 to 31 here. So bear with me. Carolina Panthers took Bryce Young first overall. CJ Stroud, number 2 to the Houston Texans. Will Anderson Jr., Houston traded up to draft him at number 3. Anthony Richardson went to the Indianapolis Colts at 4. Devon Witherspoon to the Seahawks. Paris Johnson Jr. to the Arizona Cardinals. Las Vegas Raiders took Tyree Wilson. We'll also, we see you over on TikTok there. We'll address the biggest winner of the draft. So we'll go biggest surprise, or not biggest surprise, favorite pick, least favorite pick, and who won the first round of the draft. Atlanta Falcons took Bijan Robinson at 8. Jalen Carter, Philadelphia Eagles at 9. Chicago Bears, Darnell Wright. Tennessee Titans, Peter Skoronski, Jahmyr Gibbs, Lukas Van Ness, Broderick Jones, Will McDonald, Emmanuel Forbes to the Commanders. Christian Gonzalez to the Patriots. Jack Campbell, Calijah Kancey, Jaxon Smith-Njigba, Quentin Johnston, Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, Deonte Banks, Dalton Kincaid, Mazi Smith, Anton Harrison, Myles Murphy, Bryan Bresee, Nolan Smith, and Felix Anudike. Thank you, Uzomah. My goodness, I still butchered the name. Favorite pick of the NFL draft. Ready, set, go. I don't want to keep the people waiting too long. We're about to hit 4 hours here.
Fantasy or NFL wise?
Yes. We'll say NFL wise because only half the players are fantasy relevant. So NFL wise, favorite pick of the first round.
I'm gonna go Jalen Carter to the Eagles at 9.
I am going to say Devon Witherspoon to Seattle at 5.
Yeah, I don't want to be a square and take Jalen Carter to the Eagles at 9, but in terms of value and fit in that system, I really find it hard to pick anybody else. I find it hard to pick anybody else. Yeah. I mean, Nolan Smith, you really want to go deep. Like, I really like Nolan. I mean, Seattle, they're going to be my pick to win the first round.
Yeah.
They are my pick to win the first round.
I think my pick for winner, come back to me on the winner. Maybe Houston.
I gotta say the Eagles. I just don't see how you could beat what the Eagles did.
No, I do. I just don't want to say the same, but I think Houston. I know Houston, the trades and all that stuff, and what they gave up and stuff. But you're walking out with 2 of the top 5 players in this draft.
Yeah,
probably
2 of the top 3, honestly.
Right, honestly.
Yep. Yeah, and I can't disagree with Houston either. That was you can argue whether it was worth it because they gave up their first round pick and not the Cleveland Browns first round pick. But I digress. Least favorite pick of the first round, and then we'll wrap the people out on a good note here. Least favorite pick of the first round.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jack Campbell.
Okay, good. I was hoping you guys were going to take the Detroit picks because then I was going to say Quentin Johnston to the Chargers.
Yep, and I think those are the 3 we were all probably most shocked by and struggled to find the most fit with.
Yep.
That wraps out our coverage. Holy crap. 4 hours later of the entire first round of the NFL draft. This is going to take an insane amount of time to upload to YouTube. It's going to be on YouTube already because we live streamed. It's going to be a heck of a podcast to upload. We'll have to split it into 2 parts. We'll split it up into 2-hour episodes. We'll do a little bit of an intro, a little bit of outro. I'll pre-record those tomorrow. But thank you all for tuning in. For those of you who bared the storm with us over on TikTok. Oh, we have to give the final score. This is important.
Yeah.
This is important.
Can I will at least do the honors because oh, hello. What was that?
The AirPod probably
the AirPod died. Oh, well, sorry, Cam.
We can still hear you. We're low on battery.
Oh, darn.
So final score of our mock draft challenge amongst the fantasy football fellas. Cameron with a bit of a comeback at the end, but not enough, with 14 points. Very, very modest. I came in second with 17 points, meaning winner of the Fantasy Football Fellas 2023 NFL mock draft competition. Your host, Lucas Wenzel, with 19 points.
I'll give a speech on the next episode when I get my FaceTime. I won't give a speech right now. Thanks for tuning into this episode. It's a very special episode of the Fantasy Football Fellas podcast. We will split this into
Oh,
two.
wait, no, hold on. I need to say something.
Uh-oh.
I need to give a shout out. We should give a shout out. And
We should. Yes, you're right. I was too quick to sign things off.
Mhm.
We need to give a shout out.
There's a very integral part to this night. Someone that is a lot smarter than us, a lot more good looking, a lot smarter when it comes to football than all of us. And I know he did not get a whole lot of FaceTime tonight. So
Daniel Jeremiah.
I'm stalling so he can be camera ready. But ladies and gentlemen, introducing producer Jackson. Jackson is the GOAT. Again, he knows all of this stuff. He does this better than any of us. And this night cannot be done without him. So from the deepest and most gratitude-filled expression we can give you, thank you. Thank you for helping us out tonight. You are the man.
I appreciate it. I'm happy to be helping the fellas. You know, it's always fun to help your friends out and just be there. You know, this is the second time I've been with you guys for the live draft
Yes,
night,
sir.
and it's just gotten better. And I think, Tyler, you won last year, so it's nice to see a new winner.
Yeah, he sucks.
Yeah. But it's always great to be a part of the podcast and to help you guys out. So that's always great.
Producer Jackson, the man, ladies and gentlemen.
Rocking his Jack Campbell jersey.
It's Jack Campbell jersey.
Drafted to the Steelers.
It's his Iowa one.
It's the Iowa version.
Thanks again for tuning into this episode of the Fantasy Football Fellas podcast. Very special edition. Thank you so much for bearing with us. Ty will be live on TikTok for the next 2 days of the NFL draft. We will see you all then. Tyler will see you all then. Deuces.
Deuces.
Thanks for tuning in. TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube. We will see you all soon.